Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Both, I hope.
Right, well, Woo's officially victorious, isn't he? Congrats, Mr. Woo. Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Norton, thank you very much for the 38. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Fear the pitchfork. Yeah, so much for the admin stuff today. Well, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Let's turn said tunes down just a touch because they're quite loud. There we go. Quite loud. Had it muted, no wonder I didn't hear anything. Sorry. Today, I'm going to do some skinning stuff, I think. To my understanding, it's not commonly well known, but it's relatively well known where all of the skinning treasures are. Meaning we should probably spend a bit of time hunting down some fun places to do some skinning, because getting skinning is standing out to be a potential good way to get moats. Moats to which I believe are to be quite a bottleneck material. And so it's important to find out where the Christ they come from. Oh, Poppy Cam was working. Poppy Cam was working. There's a you can have some full screen Amalama. She's nice and chilling this morning. She's chilling. The other dogs are knocking about. Where are the other dogs? We have Papal curled up on her bridge. You're gonna have to witness the feat temporarily. For Nipsu. Nipsu's I'm trying not to kick her. she says hi. They're chilling. They're chilling. And that is definitely a dog toy on the rug, by the way, just saying. Definitely a dog toy. We're going to do grocery shopping. Ugh, by definition, gross. Sure. Yes. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I bought the new Bruto. Ah, you caved. token price went absolute bananas. I screen captured the token price. I think 472,000 gold. I think it was. We were nearly pushing 500,000 gold tokens, which at the end of expansion, where at the end of an expansion where gold is like just not a thing. Nearly 500,000 gold for a single token is bananas. 352 over this way. Yeah, I'd be happy with 352 tokens again. Still need to buy the Epic Edition. Well, fortunately, I have that. Boobaz, are you stuck? You stuck? Stuck on your bridge. Can you not make it over to the bed? Help the poor dog. Stuck. Bonus bridge. Damn, sorry. Yes. Oh. Problem solved. Poor dog doesn't like the slippy floors. Tried getting some little boots for her. Problem is her feet are so fluffy. They don't really like. They don't fit properly. But, yeah, floor is definitely lava. Fortunately, her back legs are going, so she's a bit like Bambi at the moment. Waiting for the token to drop to 300 or so for a short time to cash out my gold for another year's worth of tokens. Yeah, it's best chance is probably going to be the launch of Midnight, isn't it? It's probably going to be an expansion launch that will be needed to push the price down. That or Delves has the potential. I do see a lot of people buying a token or two to play it. Did I say Delves? I meant housing. Decor is probably the word I was trying to say, wasn't it? Decor I can see doing bits for the token price. But there is the flip side of well, I suppose anybody that starts playing with Decor and playing with player housing will have technically already pre-ordered. I wonder just what it will do to bring more people back to the game to pre-order it, which then might mean they exchange their gold for Blizzard balance and do that conversion. I don't know. We'll see what happens to the token. It might go bananas. It might not. But yeah, I think we need another expansion launch, don't we, to push the token back to sensible point. I need to gather a few more skinning treasures. I've only got one void tempered hide. We need to do some actual more skinning, but I also need to go and get all of the other skinning stuff. Kachak, I believe, has been busy squirreling away trying to find the location of all of these. And I think skinning is one he's got most of already, if not all. Excuse me. Meaning we might be able to... All skinning profession treasures have now been found, apparently. So which ones have I got? I have got tanning oil, and I've got primal hide. Tanning oil comes from Silver Moon City. Primal hide comes from Harandir, so I've got that. Okay, maybe let's just work through them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Tanning oil, check. The skinning knife. Cadre skinning knife. West Zulaman. West Zulaman. Deco's a huge money sink. Bought 100 bushes. Say goodbye to 25k. I think even if people aren't buying crafted stuff off the auction house, I think there's a very strong possibility that just the generalized cost of shit will make it expensive. 45 in Zulaman. 45 around here somewhere. Put a marker there. No, won't let me put a marker there. Alright, let's fly to this location, wherever this is. Shade Basin Watch. I might try and get some TomTom paste coordinates for these. As that will definitely help.
What needs bring you here?
How do we get to that one? Let's just go there. Trudges off bravely to the dentist. Oh, I hate the dentist. Best of luck. Dentist can suck a fat one. They do good things for your teeth, mind, but... Oh, something about it just sets the hairs up on my back. It honestly does. Let me see if I can, have I got my Goblin Guide for midnight open somewhere? Let me put a category in here for one-time treasures. Start getting this sensible. One-time treasures. We put this in a table. I'm in a table. Is that going to be the easiest? Probably. It's a table. Profession. Probably 3 wide by a lot. How do we get the Goblin Guide? It'll be a Patreon thing, the full guide, once it's finished, but it's by no means finished. There's some basic profession overviews in the Discord already, but the deep, fully detailed ones will be a Patreon thing. Treasure name. Profession. Location. Right, let's do skinning. Thing I don't like about tables in Google Documents is they're so flippin' huge. Maybe I just don't bother putting it in a table, you know? Is there any 10 knowledge points bound to some extra currency like cash? There is reputation knowledge, yes. You are going to have to grind out some rep to buy them. I don't know if then when it comes to buying them, you'll need anything other than just Moxie. In fact, no, there is the abundance system as well, actually, that's worth... the abundance system is a mini game for gatherers, which is where you can buy some extra knowledge points as well. There is a few things. There is a few things. Now, 45, round here somewhere. It's meant to be a skinning knife or something. Abandoned ritual skull. The high value target flying way up in the air so it can't be reached. This high value target system, I like it. I think the high value system is very cool. So I think it gives more value to solo skinning. I I just do think it needs cooking a bit more. I think it needs a little bit more cooking. Um, 45, 45. I'm definitely here. Oh, it's going to be in this map. It's 45, 45 in this map. Which means it's actually like here-ish. Next to the flight point over here. Oh, okay, I'm in the wrong bit. I'm in the wrong bit. This mini zone has its own map. Is the abundance thing exclusive for gatherers? It's not exclusive for gatherers, but it's definitely focused on gatherers. You can gain herbalism, herbalism, mining, skinning, and enchanting knowledge points from it. But everybody else can do it. There's like a couple of mounts that you're going to want to do it for. Everybody's going to want to do it, but it's just focused towards gathering. But there's little profession material bags that can be obtained. So there's some incentive and some value for everybody to go and do it, because you can exchange the currency from it for goodie bags of materials that may or may not be worth doing. Who knows? Right, here's the skinning knife. Here's the skinning knife. Let's what's it called? Cadre skinning knife. In my last guide, Goblin Guide to the War Within, I had TomTom paste. TomTom paste info for the one-time treasures. Doing something like that again might not be a bad idea. Is there a way to extract from the game a TomTom coordinate? A waypoint? How do you... Old gold green dot. How do you make a TomTom waypoint? Shift click for the old one. Ah, alt right click. Alt right click? Yeah, alt right click. Knew it would be something. Alt right click. Oh. It doesn't work on this map. Does it only work on... Oh, okay. Send waypoint to? What's waypoint send to party? Okay, I'm going to have to figure this out then. It's something like this. I need the zone code. / way the zone code, then the coordinate, which is 4545. And then its name. How do I find out the zone code? Is something I can find on Wowhead, maybe? New... Talaman. Try / dump get map. Oh, okay. Yeah. That doesn't do anything. Oh, there we go. There we go. 2536. Thank you, Woo. 2536. So, in theory, we get rid of that remove waypoint. Now we should have a TomTom waypoint. Or... No. Okay, / way doesn't work. Do the coordinates need to be that format, maybe? No. Do you reckon we'll get some crafting vendors with the dungeon testing? I hope so. It'd be very nice if we did. It would give us the ability to actually properly test the professions. Why does / way not work within TomTom? It is meant to be / way, isn't it? No. Okay, so TomTom, maybe TomTom just doesn't work properly right now. Because it doesn't allow me to make TomTom waypoints, but alright, I've at least got it jotted down. To start. Right, that's one of the skinning ones. Need to go back and find where these were, actually. Indori tanning oil. And the primal hide. Talman. What was the descriptor for this, really? I don't think we need descriptors, really. 45, 45. Okay, next one. Next one. The primal hide I've already got, but it might be worth finding. Tanning oil was in Silvermoon. That takes me to Dornogal. Sorry, I'm still pre-coffee while I'm doing this, which is probably a bad time to be doing it, but...
Do you need protection?
Let's go back to Silvermoon.
I'll watch your back.
Yeah, if we can get some vendors pop up. If they're doing dungeon testing and they're doing raid testing, it makes a lot of sense that they also add profession vendors, because there's a good chance that people will want to test out the crafted gear in the dungeons and stuff as well. That is, unless they just give everybody who's testing dungeons... There is a strong argument, actually thinking about it, that they will give people normalized gear. They will give people a set of gear or pre-created level 90 characters. This sort of means that all of the testing data will be on a par, somewhat so that, you know, if something feels overtuned, undertuned, that sort of stuff, it's easier to spot. Better add the damage meter. Yeah, this would be a good time to put the damage meter in for sure. Welcome in, Jack. But definitely a good time to get the damage meter in. Why is this fucking pigeon flying at like negative speed, by the way? Could he go any slower? I could run back faster than this. Not sure this pigeon could go slower if he tried. It is a bit of a sightseeing tour, isn't it? No rush, mate. Jesus. Okay. What are the names of the other ones? Sindori tanning oil. Very hard to type with hot coffee in front of you. Sindori tanning oil. This is in Silvermoon. Get some coordinates on that one. I've also found the primal hide. Which is in Harandir. Or Harandar, I don't know how we pronounce this. Was the flight master hostile? I don't know. This dude is really taking the piss now, isn't he? I'm going to tell him to put me down at the next stop, because I'm going to go there by myself. It's going to take a year to get back at this point. Probably pondering where dog number 4 is. We went to see Alma's brother last night. Oh my god, he's cute. Oh my god. We went to a dog park, but sort of like it's like a forest area, but it was all enclosed. But it was a private dog park, so you basically booked a time to go there, which was so that you could, you know, if you have dogs that are reactive or something, you can take them out and they can go for a sniff without the worry of other dogs being there. But yeah, we went to see Alma's brother yesterday. Absolutely cute as a button. I got only it was dark, so I didn't take many photos or videos or anything. I took a couple of videos, maybe. Let me see if they uploaded to my Google Photos. Oh, they did. Don't know how well this video will come out. I'm also hoping it doesn't. Well, let me mute the audio just in case it does or says something silly. So we got to meet him yesterday. He's cute as a button. He's cute as a button. He's a little bit bigger than Elma, but not by much. she wasn't so daring to run off. He's a little bit bigger than Elma. Obviously, they're brother and sister, so they're the same age. But he's cute as a button. So there's yeah, there's a very strong possibility that he comes home soon. I've officially done all 100 decor treasure hunt quests on the beta. Bad news, now I have to do step 2 of the cataloging of all the quests. Oh my lord, there's decor treasure hunt quests. I didn't even know they existed. Good effort on that, by the way. Did I take any others? Okay, there's another video that's not really of him, mind. He's in the distance. I don't think he actually comes close in this video. Like I said, it was dark, which didn't lend itself nicely to... There's a video where he just pins Alma to the floor. So he's a little bit bigger than Alma, but they're basically the same size. Basically the same size. He hasn't got... Alma's started to get like her proper fur, so she's a bit more like fluffy. He's still... he looks like a little fox, to be honest, with his black and orange tail. Yeah, cute as a button. Cute as a button. Right, have we landed somewhere sensible? We have. We've landed somewhere sensible. Right, let's go. They give you a little riddle and you have to find the location in the neighborhood, and some of them are hard. Oh, really? Okay. The treasure hunt stuff, it's one of those that whilst there's two sides to that story. One, for those who want to do it and take enjoyment in doing it, you'll be able to like figure out the riddles and stuff. But there's also the second side of that story that you bet your ass there'll just be TomTom waypoints, or Zygote will just say, go here, go here, go here, go here, go here. You know, a quest add-on. A quest add-on will just trivialize the entire thing within seconds. Which is always the, always the risk of Blizzard spending a lot of time and effort on this sort of stuff. Eagerly awaiting the discovery of the superb Beast Fang. Well, there's 3 this time, not just 1. And, there's 3 this time, not just 1. And apparently, some people have already been trying to test this. Apparently, the beast luring is very buggy right now. To the point where actually spending too much time hunting for them might not be a great idea yet, but we'll have to see. Let me get to the Sindori tanning oil area so I can get... Let me now see, because this is actually a proper real map, if the waypoint thing works. So it'd be /way, hashtag something, and then 43, 55, Dory tanning oil. We need the area code for Silver Moon City, whatever that ends up being. Oh, I need that dump code trick that Woo told me. That one. Let me grab that real fast. So I don't lose that little trick. Want to hear something you won't like? He's too much for the old dog. Think carefully. Old dog family dynamic will change. You got lucky with Alma. Well, this is why if we were to take him, we would definitely, you know, try it to begin with. We wouldn't just jump in with 2 feet. It's, I don't think we got lucky with Alma. It's that they're all 3 female dogs. And I also know my other dogs very well. Whilst day by day, they live here with us. The family and the neighborhood has lots of dogs. They're very well used to spending time with other dogs. But yes, there is definitely some element of concern that adding a boy puppy to the mix might change things a little bit. So we would definitely we would try things first. The whole I have summarized about getting the 4th dog in a simple phrase of that it's a stupid idea, but I do stupid things. So, I'm very well aware that it's probably not the smartest move, but I'm going to do it anyway. 2393 is the map code for this, apparently. Let's now see if this one works. No. I think TomTom just doesn't work. I think the waypoints for TomTom just don't work on 12.0 so far. Do an update for TomTom maybe? I've had for the pack mentality becomes a little bit more pronounced. I suspect that will be the case as well, especially going from 2 up to 4 quite quickly. You're not wrong. Probably beta? Let's just update all the add-ons in everywhere. Wait, you've got 7.7 million bronze. Holy. To be fair, after the first couple of weeks of Remix, I haven't played Remix much at all. I did exactly what I knew I was going to do, which was blast it for a couple of weeks, get to like 200, 250 verse, and then just put it down. And that's basically what I've done. Tomorrow comes all the cool stuff. We get basically everything tomorrow, don't we? Everything basically opens up. We get to the point where I think if people haven't played Remix and want to just blast it, starting tomorrow is the time for them to do that, I think. Need 300k for housing items. I think I've got plenty of bronze knocking about. I don't think I'm short on bronze. That is the beta client, so there's a good chance that TomTom has had a 12.0 update, apparently. You can use the /way command to add or reset waypoints. You can use /tway as well. Maybe that's a better... T-way zone. Okay, maybe let me try the T-way in case it's just a bit silly. No, still don't work. Okay. How will the add-on changes in Midnight affect the goal-making community at large? In theory, not a lot. I say in theory, because there will be casualties. But generally speaking, I would say probably not a lot. That said, the goal-making community over the last few years has taken up to use things like weak auras more. Weak auras is a good point. Things like our Moo's knowledge point tracker throughout the world with War Within, for example, was just like completely goated. I used it the entire expansion. That will have to probably be converted into an add-on to do the same thing. But the theory is it could very easily be converted into an add-on. The annoyance is you just need to have to deal with lots of little add-ons to do lots of little things again. Whereas it was kind of nice to just bundle all of that in. Make sure you've got weak auras on and then just import a weak aura code. It was just much easier. But generally, things like TSM, Auctionator, Journalator, most of the add-ons that the goal-making community use are probably very unaffected. unless people are using some like really old, very niche things that might just not get a 12.0 update, which they'll be the casualties, right? They'll be the things that for no apparent reason they just stop working, and they stop working because the main author hasn't updated them for 4 years. And going into midnight, every single add-on is going to need to be updated to 12.0. Literally every single one, even if it has any actual significant changes happening to it or not. The option to load out-of-date add-ons is going away. It will have to be an up-to-date add-on, otherwise it just won't load, which is where some casualties will happen, but we'll have to see. Rip Auto Cage hasn't been updated since Legion. Yeah, this is where prominent people in the community might have to go out and commission some of these things to just get forked and redone if they become super necessary. I mean, yeah, most of this stuff is not outside the reach of people to adjust it themselves, but there's also a lot of people that just, like, don't want to touch that. Okay. I'm starting to feel that the TomTom waypoint system just doesn't work on the beta, so I'm going to generate the waypoints assuming that it does work, and then when TomTom gets an update, maybe it will just then all work. But what I'm basically going to try and put together, just for ease of use for players really, I wonder if I add paste, if that works. I wonder if pasting the waypoints in paste works. I wonder if it's just because it's a chat. When you have to, like, paste a waypoint in chat, that's what's causing it to go silly. What if we do that? Ah, okay. Now it works. So yeah, it's got something to do with posting it in /say is problematic. So TomTom works, it's just there's a weird shit going on with... Okay. Does that now mean we could do this? Yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. But yeah, it's actually around here, the skinning knife, but I've already picked that one up. Okay. Short term, it requires 2 add-ons to do one thing. Okay, right. I need the code for Arandar. Let's try and get this list put together.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Try and get this list put together. Impressed with the 5 months. Thank you very much. Sorry the stream today is a little bit all over the place, but Thank you very much for the sub. This is part of what happens in beta, trying to figure stuff out and get stuff neat and tidy and organised. Right. Light bloom afflicted hide. Also apparently in Harendir. Is that a weekly quest?
With perseverance.
Ooh, skinning weekly quest. Collect 5 fantastic fur and 2 void tempered plating and deliver it to some dude. Oh, this is interesting because you have to spec into finding those. If we look in the skinning journal, you need to, where is it? You have a small chance to find species-specific reagents when skinning the creatures of the Midnight region. So you need to have unlocked Gainful Gathering before you can even get those. Then you need to find the thing that drops them. Well, that's going to be fun to near impossible without a lot of testing. To find out where those furs come from. Here to see the blacksmithing stuff. I hope we can craft all things without concentration. The impression is not strong right now. From what I've seen and what I've poked around and what I've looked at so far, there is a strong suspicion starting to grow that there will be crafts that require concentration to produce at their highest quality. Full stop. That regardless to how much time, effort and work you put into your professions, you'll never be able to guarantee them at top quality. Now I know historically that's annoyed people. And going into the War Within, they spent quite a lot of time balancing that out of the game. They wanted to go into the War Within making sure that everybody could guarantee everything at top quality. I don't care either way, honestly. And in fact, actually, if you can't guarantee things at top quality without concentration, it is good for crafters, believe it or not, because it means there is some tangible reason why somebody should tip you to craft that thing, because you're always going to be using some of your limited resource to craft it. It's what will allow better crafters to stand out, right? You know, the crafters that push their professions will be able to craft more of those because they'll have more concentration, or more importantly, they will use less concentration each time they craft something. So I wouldn't mind either way, but in fairness, I know the general player base will moan like a bitch if things can't be guaranteed at high quality eventually. So, it depends what Blizzard will do. You hit 14 titanium nodes in a row. That's cracked. That's not meant to be a thing. That titanium nodes are meant to be rare spawns of Saronite nodes, right? I see your point with the concentration, but you lose mass over quality. You do, but in most cases you should be, you know, if it's in an area, I would love them to see it so that, I would love them to make it so that you could guarantee quality 4, but you always need concentration to make quality 5. That for me is the sweet spot, as it allows players to work well at their professions and produce good stuff, but if people want the best stuff, there's always going to be a premium attached to the best. The big problem with that, though, is that everybody always wants the best. and people have now been conditioned to tip what you like, which if that meta has to change because you have to use if you have to use your concentration to craft something for somebody else, you're probably not going to ask them to tip what they like. You're probably going to be, because if they tip you 10 gold and you use an entire day worth of concentration, you're fucked, right? So it puts crafters in a position where they would actually have to start, charging for something, which might be a little bit difficult for some people. But the point is it still does maintain some premium for the best quality stuff. Potions, flasks, food, all of this sort of stuff. Consumables, probably, yes, should be guaranteed at top quality every single time. Weapons and armor, I think the landscape would look a lot better for crafters if you had to use concentration to craft at quality 5. But this is my perspective on it. You realise your favourite mug has a crack in it? Oh dear, that's never good. That's never good. I'm really not looking forward to the day my coffee machine, because my coffee machine makes coffee in a travel mug. If this travel mug ever breaks, or heaven forbid the coffee machine itself breaks, I will cry. Has crack in it, smoke it? Jesus, Jack already has. Okay, well, we have spec'd into this at least, but now we need to find where the fantastic fur comes from. We need to kill some furry creatures, I suppose. What's the odds fantastic furs on the auction house? Ah, wrong fur. Wrong fur. I love how people put stuff on the auction house on the beta, though. I love how this happens. Oh, look. Dark Moon cards. Interesting. People are starting to find Dark Moon cards. Somebody's been leveling up. Somebody's been trying to level up their jewel crafting on the beta, and has decided to dump the gems on the auction house. People are finding petrified root. This, I believe, comes from delves. BFA beta, I spent 19 million gold on cloth on the auction house to test some tailoring stuff. That was fun. Yeah. Anthony ignores my question. Sad. If I miss a chat message, just spam it again. I'm never gonna slap anybody for. But if you spam it 3 times and I don't answer it, it's probably for a good reason. Will you make compact, informative videos about the new professions like what you did in The War Within? Very much enjoyed those. Can't be asked to go over all of the Discord channels and check everything one by one. Yeah, of course, yeah. The difficulty with this is that people want those precise, informative videos before they're ready. This is what tends to happen on the stream. Like that sort of stuff is the week before the game goes live. We might get those done, kind of thing. But we are miles and miles and miles off that sort of stuff. And without going deep into like content creator meta, there's basically no point me doing that sort of stuff now. Producing short form videos for YouTube right now is kind of like, it's a kiss curse situation. It gets me a few views on the videos, not gonna lie, it gets me a few views, it gets me a few subs maybe. But it is also then very problematic then when things change before the expansion launches. People remember the video and refer back to that video, and many people on the internet seem to have the inability to understand that things can change, which is why in the last few years I've not done anywhere near as much of like, oh, this is a new thing on a beta, we must talk about it kind of thing. We chat on stream or whatever, but the putting it into, I tend to think putting stuff into video form should be quite evergreen and quite solidified and quite finalized. So we'll do a lot of stuff, a lot of video content for the launch of the expansion, yeah, but on the run up to it, we'll do some probably deep dives of each of the professions, some overviews of key features and functionalities from the beta and stuff. But the precise, this is what's happening and this is what you should do kind of videos will be when the game goes live. Reading YouTube comments. I do read YouTube comments. I have my chat syndicated, so I do see both. YouTube comments is different to stream messages. We have like 3 months for midnight. Is it far away? End of February, I think, is the guesstimation right now. I think end of Feb feels about right. Dude doesn't even read his OnlyFans DMs. No, it's because you didn't pay enough, Jack. You didn't pay, Pig. You ain't gonna pay, Pig. I ain't gonna read your messages. Think about it. Reminding me of the literal death threats I got in comments on my fishing video from Dragonflight when Blizzard decided to launch with a completely different drop rates. Yeah, I've learned things like drop rates. This is why stuff like, I know we'll get cheat vendors. I categorically know for a fact, and I can almost tell you exactly who it will be. But I categorically know for a fact when the cheat vendors turn up, there will be people that will be like, have you tested prospecting yet? What are the prospecting rates? And I'm like, it's fucking a waste of time doing it now. Genuinely a massive waste of time doing it now, because by the time the game goes live, they'll have changed it 3 times. Also like testing leveling paths for the professions. You can get a rough idea very early on, but once again, by the time the game goes live, it's like not even worth. Does the lack of time gating on some of the profession stuff worry you, like Spark of Beginnings or Epic Profession tools being available day one? I think Spark of Beginnings is really good. Baby Sparks, as I'm calling them. Baby Spark, Baby Spark. I think that's going to be a way for people to actually take their professions to 100 skill in one go, which, even if it's expensive, people will want to do it. I've learnt this over the last couple of years, that in both Dragonflight and The War Within, we saw most professions be pretty quick and easy to get to like 60 skill-ish, and then you had options on how to get from 60 to 100. Maybe get this recipe, or if you are speccing in this direction, get that recipe and try and do work orders, or get this recipe from the raid and then craft that 10 times. There was options to go from 60 to 100. People don't like options. So Blizzard have clearly noticed that, and the Baby Spark system will allow you to make some mini sparks that you can use to craft a piece of gear, and you just craft a piece of gear 10 times and it will take you from skill 70 to skill 100. It will cost you 50,000 gold, but people just want a 1 to 100 guide, and they'll just follow it blindly. There comes a point where you just have to give people what they want. So anything interesting else popping up in here? People are finding a bunch of the inscription stuff, which is fun. Did you get the new doggo for my birthday, Manthe? We went to see him yesterday. He's cute as a button, and he may or may not be coming over for a trial visit soon, TM. Dazzling thorium. 145 dazzling thorium. Eh? How does that work? Is in the time it's taken me to look at this, has somebody come in and bought it all? No, the auction house just doesn't work apparently. Great. That's comforting, isn't it? A dawn crystal? How the hell somebody got a dawn crystal? Who, for starters, who's found 6 of them? Who has both found epic gear and disenchanted it in order to get dawn crystals? That's fun. That's fun. Oh! 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 They exist. Already. Who's found these then? Who's found these? Tormented Tantalium. 13 of them on the beta. Do we think they come from Delves then? I can see Mr. GM logging on and logging off. Maybe he's got some answers, maybe. I don't know if he's tested Delves in much detail. But this is a reagent that's used in most endgame crafted gear that I have yet to figure out where it comes from. Are they also from Delves? If these also come from Delves, these fall into Tinderbox category again. You see there, Tormented Tantalium is used in like most endgame crafts. Admittedly, it's only 1 each and it's only used in gear, which makes it slightly different to something like a tinderbox that was actually then used in a intermediate, like an alloy. So there won't be the same tinderbox level need for these, but it feels similar in style. The third time I tried to close the yellow notification on your screen. Sorry, I'll get rid of it. Okay, let's assume these are Delves then. Does the enchanting bag give crystals? Oh, the freebie bag. That's a good point. That's a good point.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Have I picked up the freebie bag on this dude? I have. I've claimed the freebie bag. Farming that freebie bag might be another way of getting some quick and easy basic materials as well. Oh no, a Thalassian Essence of the Fair. I don't know where I got that from. Oh well. Right, next. Let's, what was I doing? I was trying to find all of the skinning treasures, weren't I? We've got 3. What's the next one on my list? What's the next one on the list? We're off to Harandar, apparently, to find a light bloom afflicted hide. Remember where the flight do I take the flight master again? Or do I just fly there? Shards and dust. Thank you. Out of curiosity, how many shards and how many dust? I'm going to assume they're also both normal quality, right? 30 dust, 3 shards. It's not a lot of shards, but that's a good amount of dust, though. Farming delves, actually, at the beginning of Season 1, could end up being a strong source of shit to disenchant. If you can get epic gear from there. The problem is, though, wouldn't the epic gear that you get from there be like champion level gear that you probably would want to be equipping? This is why the shortage of crystals exists, because it's not to say that epic stuff doesn't exist in the first place. It's that very, very few people are incentivized to actually disenchant it. And even less people, even the people who can disenchant it, may or may not be spec'd heavily into disenchanting in order to get high quality crystals. High quality crystals could be ludicrously expensive at the beginning of the expansion, making weapon enchants via concentration very juicy. You say that, but I always get items that I've already got or are completely the wrong stats all the time. I mean, there'll be some good money to be made just being a passive enchanter if you are, you know, a character that's pushing max gear early on. I got some epic gear from the delves whilst leveling, and those were giving the epic shards. Had no issue disenchanting them. Okay. That's I suppose early leveling gear is a source as well. That's a very good point. Where do we suspect this thing is then? 7651. 76. 76. That's off the fucking map. Can't be right. No news when cheap vendors drop. The build that's probably turning up later today has a chance of introducing a level 90 realm, which will also then have the chance of having the cheap vendors on it, but time will tell. Time will tell. Is it going to be 7651 on this map again? 7651. I fucking no clue about coordinates. Let's go there. Can't wait to go back to ZA. Great times have been had in there. Yeah, I want to spend a bit of time at some point doing all the side quests and everything in these zones, just to get a good feel for them. I've already been asked a couple of times like what my favourite zone is so far, and I don't really have a good answer yet, other than to say they're all pretty good. I do feel the Void Zone might be less to my liking, but okay, I cannot find a treasure around here. Don't know where you get the chords from, but so far about 50% of the ones I've found for beta have been completely wrong. I think there might be an add-on that people are using that is using a completely different number plotter. Well, I'm using TomTom right now. This is TomTom, which I would hope and assume is the one that 90% of people are using. What I would say, though, is that when you have maps that are not finished like this, it does mean the actual coordinates on the map might end up being completely different to what's in the game. 7427, 7427, or at least when the map then is finalized, I don't know. I'm not using TomTom, but mine is matching TomTom ones. I mean, Carbonite's probably another one that I would imagine people might be using. This, for example, is where I am having slight problems replicating where the thing is. 7651 is flipping off the map. .7651 is in the arse end of nowhere. Or it could be because I'm not even in the right flipping zone here, am I? I need to be in Harandar. That's probably my first problem. I'm in the wrong flipping zone. I'm going to have to fly back manually, aren't I? I'm having a real fucking mare today. I am not on full form, clearly. I was going to say user error, but the user was you. Yes. If in doubt, 99 times out of 100, you're probably the fuck up. I've learnt that over the years. Farstrider's Lost Quiver? Is that a treasure? Or that sounds like a cosmetic treasure, doesn't it? Yeah, that's just a cosmetic treasure.
I need to target something first.
Where's this high value target then?
I'm out
Yoink,
of range.
come here. Come here. Be in range, you dum-dum.
Hey, that's too far away.
This is my point about the high value target system. It often targets things that are like nearly impossible to actually get. This is a high value target. We use our skinning knife on him. Guaranteed a side or scale from a high value target. And we got 2 void tempered hides and 6 void tempered leathers. Or did we? Yeah, we did, yeah. Void tempered hide. No fur though. Anyway, distractions, squirrels. The one thing that I have noticed so far about having the zones like be in different spots is that if you want to go from one zone to another, it's kind of annoying that you have to go back to Silvermoon each time. There's something to be said for the new expansion being just one, you know, one island, one continent. Oh, okay. Are we lagging? Are we dead? Are we effed? What's going on here? Oh, God. Get worried when my game starts doing things, silly things. Okay, well, I can't loot that for some reason. Like, for example, to get from either one of these two zones to the Voidstorm or Harandar, the only access to these seems to be via a portal in the capital city, which is kind of fine, but it kind of gives me Shadowlands vibes again, where you're constantly going back to take a portal from a capital city. That's arguably me just being lazy, but portals are over here somewhere. Here we go. Are we back to wanna buy Mage Portal? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. What do we say? Like, it's over here somewhere, isn't it? 70, some in 51. Somewhere over here. Can have a look. It's a budding barrel. My map gets flooded with treasures on this one because I've accidentally ground out far too much renown in this zone, and now I have more treasures to farm. Moth, leaf wrapped package. These are regular treasures. Budding barrel. Moth. This is the abundance area. Nice big delete me boxes. Gotta love beta. Gotta love some beta action. Screenshot of this. 7651. Oh, right on the edge, actually. Oh, right over here somewhere, maybe. Is there any way to make steady gold income in retail at the moment? I mean, the only way to ever make steady gold is by farming. The issue that comes along with that, though, is that your the amount that you get for an entire hour's worth of work is often slim. Nax, always Nax, farming lamenteds. Farming lamented stuff, maybe. Right, so T-Way zone code, which we'll get in a minute. We are at 7651. What's this thing called? Light bloom afflicted hide. What is the zone code for here? 2413. 2413. Is the primal hide out here as well? Was. Primal hide was out here. That's also a 2413. Okay. Next one. We know if the loot changes went over to midnight as well. I haven't actually tested that, but I do so little farming in retail right now that I don't really know. What I need to do is I need to test a spot on retail and then test exactly the same spot on midnight to confirm or deny. I cannot believe they wouldn't, though. But that's only because my preconception is that it's not a bug, it's a feature. Which I know everybody doesn't agree with me on. Test volatile water. You mean the Twilight Highland one? Is it Twilight Highlands? Not Twilight Highlands, is it? Yeah, it is. This area here. Dragonmoor Port. I mean, I guess we can take a 2-minute squirrel to go and have a look. A graphic designer, I see you need one. Are you interested? No, thank you. Please leave. Oh, no, 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 no. Yo, Dr. Crowell with the 3 months, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Let's make sweet, sweet
There we
profit
go.
together.
I don't know how did that happen? How did, oh, why are my alerts, like, in Africa? Thank you very much for that, I appreciate it. The irony is, from time to time, is I probably could do with a graphic designer, but I am absolutely not interested in anyone that turns up into random Twitch streams and spams that they're a graphic designer. They're out there giving graphic designers a bad name for themselves. And then they go and use AI. Yeah, probably. Yeah, they probably just prompt ChatGPT. Same way I could do. Twilight Highlands. So, if my understanding of this is correct, I should be able to kill shit here for a minute or two, get a bunch of volatile water, and then they'll just stop. There we go, volatile water.
I need to target something first. I need a target. Hey, that's too far away.
So the loot change that was added in, I want to say 11.1 at this point, basically means if you spam kill things for too long, the loot pool, the loot table for the mobs just basically gets deleted, meaning you stop getting loot after a while.
I need to target something first.
They're so funny too. They always start by insulting your stream as if that would make you want to work with them. Well, they're a scam from the word go, though, aren't they? So, much like every scam, it seems very odd that somebody would get scammed. You know, they do odd things. It's like the Nigerian prince emails. They're not focusing. They're not. They're deliberately dumb. They're deliberately stupid because their target market is dumb, stupid people.
I'm
TT paste command. Yeah, you're right. It does actually. Yes, thank you. And I guess I'll thank you in half an hour again. I'd actually point out that I killed like 3 mobs and I didn't get volatile water ever again. I got one the first time I looted a mob and haven't had one since.
Hey, that's too far away. I need a target.
Nothing but crackling crystals after the first one. No volatile waters. But what we can now do, so I think we've quite safely proven that we got 2 volatile waters and then it took volatile water off the loot table. And we'll keep it off the loot table almost indefinitely at this point. But
I need to get close.
But what we can do is we can fly out of the zone. Right, so we're quite content here that we're not getting any more volatile water. So now what we do is we mount up, we fly out, we wait until the name changes. So now we've had a name change on the area. Right, a little bit further just to make sure we've gone into a different part of that zone. Now we fly back. And I can nearly guarantee the next one of these that we kill will give us a volatile water. So we now kill this dude again. Okay, he didn't. But then he did. 3 volatile water. And now it will stop. It won't give me volatile water again. If I keep killing those. Okay, I got 3 more off that dude. Maybe we're still within the window of opportunity.
I'm out of range.
But if you kill too many in quick succession, the loot tables, the white items, the materials, the BOEs stop dropping. We got 1 more volatile water, so we've had 3 mobs give us something. But in a minute, they'll stop dropping again. It's kind of designed so that... if you're naturally passing through here, you can kill a few things, and if you're doing a quest out here, you might kill 4 or 5 mobs.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
If you're questing out here, you will, and you're killing the mobs based upon the quest completion, because these dudes hyperspawn. The goal really is to make sure that you don't get... You can't just stand here for hours and hours and hours and like perma-farm them. Yo, Mr. Norton with the gifties. Thank you, my man. I appreciate those. Thank you, thank you. Who got them? Grumpy Gamer Dad and Mrs. Rock Guru. Congratulations on your gifties. Like the 100 boomkins instantly killing every quest mob back in BFA. Well, yeah, this is why I'm not so convinced that this is a bug. I'm relatively convinced that this is by design, that this happens, because the logic to me is flawless. Because you got to remember why hyperspawns were added to the game in the first place. Hyperspawns were added into the game to mean that if there was a mass exodus of people trying to all complete a quest in a certain area, the mobs would respawn faster so that people could complete their quests. Anybody that's played Classic is very, very well aware of the fact that when there's 15 people all trying to complete a quest in one zone, waiting for mobs to spawn can be an absolute tedium. But over the years, what has happened is that players have taken it upon themselves to figure out where these hyperspawns are, especially if they happen to drop interesting loot, and by being super duper mega overpowered, or by having well organized teams of people, have been able to mass farm hyperspawn mobs for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Now, the legitimate players out there, it's not really their fault. It's more the fault of the fact that people then decided to automate that process, bot it, and just basically print free gold. And so, unfortunately, it feels like Blizzard, after a few years, have basically decided that, well, we don't want to take hyperspawns out of the game because they have a purpose. They're there for a reason. They're there, you know. And they've kind of been playing the game of cat and mouse for a long time anyway, in terms of trying to, like, find, you know, players find a hyperspawn, it gets abused, they nerf it. Players find the next hyperspawn to abuse, and then they nerf it. You know, that game of cat and mouse has been played for years. And farmers are the legitimate people doing it. It's the people that take it one step further and then automate it that have, you know, the bad actors there. Like, I gotta be careful when I talk about this. I'm not throwing any shade at anybody that legitimately spent time farming materials or transmog or anything like that. It's the people that took it too far and decided to automate it that are at fault here. But so instead of playing that game of cat and mouse, of like a spot gets nerfed, people move on, find the next spot, Blizzard have just created a blanket piece of software. Means if you kill too many mobs too quickly, your loot table is like throttled, and a couple of minutes later it comes back again, and then you can get, you know, then you can get a couple more after a few minutes has passed. But it basically means that if you abuse hyperspawns for farming and trying to gain mass quantities of materials in a short period of time, yeah, that doesn't work no more. And I think we've quite safely stated that that's the case here. Now, there is an element of convenience about all of this as well. The fact that they're just about to inject decor and housing to the game, which will incentivize players to go out and farm a small amount of materials to craft a piece of decor. So as you can see, I've still got 15 volatile water in 10 minutes. I've not got no materials whatsoever, but I haven't been able to, by being super duper mega overpowered, come out here, mass hyperspawn and kill these and get like hundreds of them in an hour. Like what was previously possible. So my perspective on this is that it's not a bug. My perspective is that it's very, very carefully calculated and by design to still allow hyperspawns to exist for their intended purpose of allowing people to kill mobs to complete their quests if there's a few of them in the zone. But simultaneously, they then can't be abused for, you know, mass exodus to farm materials. Or at least you can, but your results are going to be heavily throttled by doing it.
I don't have a time. I need to target something first.
So yeah, it seems to be every couple of minutes the loot table kind of gets reset and you can get a couple of materials within a short period of time again. But then for the next minute and a half, you're basically not going to get anything on the loot table. Almost as if it's kind of like a dynamic way to limit, you know, you can still get materials and you can still do this, but they don't want you just mass producing hundreds of the damn things. Because this is a farm, right? I don't focus too much on farming content, even though, you know, my main focus is goal making. But this is probably one of the best over the last decade, this has been one of probably the best known farms. Every 6 months, a new YouTuber turns up promoting this as the next best way of making 1 million gold in an hour. But the reality now is that you can still farm it for volatile water if you need a handful to make an item for your own decor collection. But you're not going to get enough to, you know, break any records. So, you know, we did, you know, quarter of an hour, 10 minutes worth of farming. We still got 21. But previously, you could have done 10 minutes of farming here and have got like 50 plus. Volatile water's not 100% drop chance anyway. How can you track if your loot table has changed or not? But the point is you're not meant to be able to track it. This is just based upon... This is based upon just an awful lot of experience in playing the game. You used to be able to get hundreds of volatile water an hour doing this farm. Which you now can't. That's the point. I'm using this farm just because it's a very well-known one. And it was quick and easy to do on the alpha. On the beta, but... But yeah, it's still a thing. It's still a thing. I've got 15 minutes on my Hearthstone. I have no idea how I get back from here. How do I get back to where I'm trying to be? I don't have all of my quick and easy get places tools here, do I? Do I just take a flight path back? Can I fly back to...
Go forth to victory.
No, because I haven't done the intro quests for this area, apparently, so it won't even let me speak to the flight mastery dude. Sure. I don't want to have to just wait for me Hearthstone. Fly manually. Walk to the house and then fly out. I don't know. I don't have my house. I haven't done all of the housing stuff. I went here on retail and the farm is always solo. I'm getting the same number on average. I've looted solo in the past. This farm doesn't feel changed at all. Well, let me put it this way. You can't do a comparison between retail and the beta right now because retail is in a position where it's already changed. This change has been implemented already for ages. People in the farming community have been complaining about this for months at this point. Yay, housing stuff. I'm probably not going to be here for long. I don't think Matt's got changed, but green and armor drops got changed. They might. The thing is because I strongly believe that this is mostly designed as a change to counter bots. This is the reason why Blizzard will not say anything publicly about it. Because it's linked to a security system, right? They're not going to come out and put a blue post out saying that they have changed how loot drops and you know, this is why. They're not going to do that because then that categorically tells all the bots that they should stop trying to figure it out, right? That game of cat and mouse is real. And like I said, I'm not dumpstering on any actual legitimate farming character, farming player. It's more of the fact that it's the people that took it too far. It's the people that decided to automate it. It's the people that decided to bot it 24 hours a day. It's the people that decided to also simultaneously abuse chromie time in order to jack up the vendor value of every green item and print 100,000 raw gold an hour. They're the people that caused the change. The problem is that any legitimate farmer out there that made a bit of gold by going farming some old materials or farming some transmog to sell is kind of caught in the crossfire. It's just unfortunately a bit of a harsh reality of that. It's a change that's been added to the game, which is, well, I think it is a proactive change. I don't think it's a bug. The farming community have labelled it as a bug because something that worked a way that they liked previously now doesn't work in a way that they don't like, so it's easy to call it a bug, especially since Blizzard won't come out and say anything publicly about it. But I'm pretty convinced that it's a calculated change, fortunately. What do we need next? What do we need next? Got the tanning oil. Got the skinning knife. We've got the primal hide. We've got the light bloom one. The Lassian skinning knife? There's another skinning knife we need to find. The Lassian skinning knife. Where's this then? In Eversong Woods, apparently. Eversong Woods. 4876. 4876. Down here somewhere. Down by the fishing area. Let's go see if we can grab that one. Okay, well maybe the volatile water may not have been the best example of that, but then try something like the Silithus transmog farm, for example, which used to be very well known for dropping an awful lot of green BOEs that now doesn't. That's probably a better example of how the loot tables have changed, but it seems to not just be a targeted thing on a certain farm. It seems to be a system that's been implemented to throttle the loot table if you stand in one spot and kill things for too long. Are there any liquid gold farms these days? No, and that's, like I said, that's kind of by design. They don't, Blizzard doesn't want people to be able to stand in an area, kill things, and farm raw gold or liquid gold, whatever term you want to give to it. Because if players can do that, bots can do it 24 hours a day, which is a problem. Raw gold farming has never been something that Blizzard wants you to do, which is why every single expansion that comes and goes, whatever ends up being a good way to generate raw gold in the game gets nerfed into oblivion, because Blizzard categorically doesn't want you to do it. This was the real big issue back in Battle for Azeroth. Everybody was trying to grind out 5 million gold to buy the original Longboy. And the economy got absolutely so ruined by everybody desperately trying to make gold, but nobody wanting to buy anything because nobody dared spend any gold, that the path of least resistance for some players to get that 5 million gold was to, like, farm materials, craft basic shit, and then just vendor it for raw gold. And pretty much ever since that point, Blizzard have, like, been pretty proactive in nerfing the shit out of anything that generates reasonable amounts of raw gold. Here's our Thalassian skinning knife. What are our coordinates? Uh, 4876. TomTom waypoint for that. What's our zone code actually? The zone code 2395. 2395. And this thing is called a Thalassian skinning knife. Yoink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There should be 3 more. In the last few weeks, stocking up on mats, doing the open world mat farms. None of them feel changed. I am, however, getting less BOEs whilst doing these farms. Well, this is where some tweaks may have been made to this system since it was first implemented. Maybe they have no real objection you having materials, because materials don't have a very solid vendor value. Those volatile water, you're not going to vendor them, are you? The vendor value on those is pathetic. Their value is within the player-driven economy. They might be 20, 30 gold a piece on the auction house, but you'd still got to sell them. They don't mind that, because what they really want to prevent is raw gold being generated. BOEs, on the other hand, do have a sizable vendor value, and especially when you combine it with chromie time to jack up the item level of those items, because chromie time is hella busted, then all of a sudden you start getting hundreds of BOEs every hour that are worth 100 gold a piece. That is a shitload of raw gold that's being generated from a single farm, and you know for a fact that bots were doing that 24 hours a day. One of the most famous ones of recent times was the one out here. Where is it? The one at Blackrock Stronghold, which interestingly, this area is part of the new Midnight campaign, believe it or not. But this area was notorious for bots just nuking the entire zone, farming hundreds of greens, jacking up the item level of them all by using chromie time, then vendoring the entire lot to make like 100,000 raw gold an hour, which, you know, clearly isn't needed in the game. Will the cloth farms be a thing again, e.g. follower dungeons? Cloth's an interesting one. I haven't looked at cloth in great detail yet, but yes, tailors are the only ones that get cloth to drop again, meaning tailors are going to need to find ways to get a bunch of the cloth, especially considering we now don't have thaumaturgy to convert more readily available, in essence, convert dumb cheap materials that are in abundance into cloth. Even with thaumaturgy, cloth spent most of the expansion of the War Within being pretty pricey, due to only tailors all of a sudden being able to get it. So yeah, some cloth farming spots are going to need to be explored. Right, there's yet another skinning knife. An Armani skinning knife in Zulaman. So far, we're not really picking these up in any simple and easy to digest order, but we'll, for the purpose of the TomTom paste code, we'll make them neat and tidy. Make them we'll put a sensible route on them. Design a knife. We're farming so many knives right now. It feels like I'm playing CS:GO. Ridiculous. I'm a pack rat, and the 9 glorious leg plates have quadrupled in price. That glorious set makes me giggle, you know. In 20 years of playing this game, that glorious set has never been very far from Transmog Farmer's eyes. Where is this meant to be? 3379. We think it's 3379 in this area. We think it's in Atalaman, or do we think it's out in the open? $33.79. Be round here somewhere. Actually, right by where that flight point is. 15 minutes of volatile farming on my speed druid solo. I've got 71 waters, only got 1 green, which is definitely the changed part. Well, yeah, there we go. So the Blizzard probably doesn't mind you farming up things that have value to other players. What they don't want is people farming up things that have high vendor value, e.g. BOEs. Now that does make the transmog market pretty rocky, but I don't think that's too much of a problem, because I have been very frustrated over the years just how much focus the transmog market gets as a way to make gold, and I think it's often very missold as a way to make a lot of gold, when it is, but it also requires disgusting consistency with both farming and posting and all sorts of stuff. Which is the bit that people tend to not explain in quite as much detail, or they very much gloss over it. It's not that I'm against transmog farming as a way to make gold, I just wish people were more honest about it. 2437. Where are we at? 33.79. What's this thing called? Armani skinning knife. Oh, man. Okay. Was that 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 more. 2 more. Yeah, Gucci skinning knife next, yeah. My mouth is numbed. And your fingers, apparently. I see what you did there. I like that. Made the majority of my gold from mogs. About 200 mil over the last 8 years or so on a single server. It's not the easiest way or laziest way. Yeah, like I said, I have nothing against people farming transmog. It is a very lucrative way to make a lot of gold. The problem is I just more wish it wasn't so missold. It's so frequently sold as a get-rich-quick scheme, and it frustrates me. Frustrates me to see it all the time. My perspective on transmog farming, or at least if I suggest it to players, I usually go something along the lines of you know, go farm some transmog, but focus on your own collection first. You know, learn the first, sell the second is kind of my transmog motto. And that will mean you pad your own collection nicely. Because I also think that if you're getting something out of it personally yourself more than gold, if you're getting something out of it personally yourself, you're far more likely to A, enjoy doing it, and B, do it for a lot longer, and C, maybe do it for as long as is actually necessary to make some gold out of it as well. If you can tick all of those boxes, then you might stand a much better chance of actually, you know, succeeding with it. So be greedy, farm, you know, pad your own collection first. And then, like if you ever collected football cards or Pokemon cards or something, you sell your spares or your swaps. You put the spare items on the auction house, and then whatever you get from them, you consider it more of a bonus, rather than a, I am doing this to make gold kind of thing. I have no gold and I want gold now, and so I'm going to farm some transmog because a video told me I'd get rich. Kind of very disingenuous in that regard, which is mostly where my frustration has come from it. There's a Marnie tanning oil in this zone as well somewhere. So if we're already here... Mm, 4036. Go up here somewhere. New beta build today. There should be. There should be, because they're meant to be doing some. They want people to do some Mythic Plus testing, and if that's the case, they're going to need to add a new build. Have we had? I'll check in the Discord in a minute and see if there's any build updates. I've not been keeping my eye on it. Abandoned nest. Something up here somewhere. Burrow bounty? Intrigued what that is just anyway. God, you're so overpowered at level 80. It's going to fit, like... There's part of me that's going to want to, Ooh! First high quality. There's part of me that's going to want to level cap. Can you... They put restrictions on this. I don't think you're going to be able to XP cap at 81, are you? I don't think in the War Within right now you can XP cap if you go past like level 68 or something. They tend to not let you XP cap within the most recent expansion. But it would absolutely be the meta to XP cap at like level 81 with skinning, because you can get you're so overpowered compared to everything around you if you turn up with some reasonable gear from the War Within. So overpowered. Yeah, you just end up being completely weak sauce again by the time you level up. Meant to be a treasure around here somewhere. 4036 was the... What's that up there? Ooh, that's interesting. That's not even on the map. Pango Behemoth. That's an elite.
I need to target something first.
While farming the mounts, I've noticed that Island Expedition BOEs tend to sell pretty well. It's probably one of the Mog farms that isn't entirely clickbait. Yeah, BOEs from Island Expedition Mog in general is pretty good. Void Light, Marl, and Abundant Token and Coffer Keys. Interesting that wasn't showing on the map. I know, Toad will fight if you say that too loud. He puts in the grind. Their willingness to grind is much higher than mine. Secret formula. Secret formula, Armani tanning oil. Interesting. That one's kind of hidden by another treasure. What's secret formula out of curiosity? Oh, that's one of the zone treasures. Right, Armani tanning oil. We are at 40.36. It's going to be 24.37. Called Armani tanning oil. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's one more. One more, and it's probably in the void zone somewhere. Real Farm's buying up all of the items in Student's latest video and then selling them 2 months later when everybody else has forgotten. It's kind of funny. There's a few people that do exactly that. There's a few people that go to Argent Dawn, which is the main realm that he plays on and where a lot of his farming buddies probably also play on. They wait for them all to crash a market and then hoover them all up and then sell them back out. It works surprisingly well. High quality reagent ratio seems good. Are you talking about the fact that I've got 112 to only 1? I've only just got my skinning high enough to start getting a high quality one, so that's a bit of a... That's a bit misleading right now. Slayer's Rise in the north of the Void Storm is where we get a Void Storm leather sample. Right, to the Void Storm. Oh, shit. Before I go to the Void Storm, this area around here a minute ago with the elites, where was I? Because they were skinnable and they were elites, which tends to mean they have good spicy loot tables. These things. Pangos. These could be a good way to get scales. The next question is are these Pangos part of a quest line at any point? Because if they are, it means they hyperspawn. Void Tempered Scales, Void Tempered Scales... Void Tempered Scales. Yeah, these Pango fellas could be pretty good for... Oh, the juvenile ones are not going to be skinnable. Ignore the juvenile ones.
I need to target something first.
The hilarious thing is all his paid fans I've known for weeks or months before the vids even come out. By then it's too late to bother. Well, probably only about 50% of students' videos are actually new videos. He's quite clever. He knows how long to wait to recycle content, which is... I don't know what student does on a day-to-day, but he has clearly learnt the ways of affiliate marketing pretty well over the years. He now has pretty much got it down to a science just how long to wait before he revisits a farm again. Which means he almost has an unlimited amount of videos he can put out. And he can probably mass produce a few of them and then drip feed them out over a period of time. Anybody that ever did like old school affiliate marketing, like takes one look at Student's channel and knows exactly what he's doing. But one of the fun things about social media that so many content creators, myself included, don't take advantage of anywhere near enough is that there's the assumption that all of your viewers watch all of your videos, which couldn't be further from the truth. This basically means you could put the same video out 3 days in a row and most people wouldn't notice. And actually TikTok is the greatest example of this. You have entire TikTok pages that will post the same video 5 days in a row. Whichever one bangs and gets views, they'll keep up on their channel and they'll delete the other ones. And so when you scroll back on their content, it looks like they've only posted one thing every week and every time it's banged. But what they've actually done is they just post the same thing every day for an entire week, and whichever one hits the algorithm and gets a whole bunch of views, they keep that one and they delete the rest. And for the most part, their audience is none the wiser. It's kind of ridiculous. Okay, I like this area already for farming scales, by the way. Scales are less straightforward in my opinion to farm for. Leather is far more abundant, I've found so far. But these fellas are not bad for scales. There's a quest round here that will force the mobs to hyperspawn. This will become a really good scale farming spot. But I've not done anywhere near enough quests out here to know the zone very well yet. Let's get this last treasure, and then we can start thinking about actually spending some knowledge points. Where's the last one? Yeah, 78 for the new profession stuff. They don't delete them, they private them. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, they removed them from the public eye is probably a better way to describe it, yeah. Methinks I need to change my Hearthstone from Dornigal. I didn't realise it was here. Silver Moon City. Maybe we set our Hearthstone around here somewhere. Where's the innkeeper for this place? Yeah. Somewhere?
All guests are welcome here. Sunwell's glory
Shut up.
shine on you.
Right, to the void zone. Void storm zone. For the last treasure we need. Portal to the void storm, there we go. Up by Master's Perch somewhere, it looks like it's meant to be. Finally managed a full earthen flying test run on the beta realms. Can't party sync to Chromie time past level 81 with only one account, but I'm thinking flying all the way to 90 is possible. I mean, that's ridiculous. Funny, but ridiculous. Oh, I've massively overshot here. Where am I meant to be going? Down here somewhere. Slayer's Rise in the Northern Void Storm. Up here somewhere, maybe. There's a leather sample somewhere. Slayer's Rise.
The void gathers in great strength over here. We would be wise to disrupt them.
Now to look for treasures. That's a standard one. Stash Singularity Supplies is a standard one. $44.45. Out here somewhere. What's this? Singularity Supplies. There's a rare there. Ooh. There it is. Voidstorm leather sample. Voidstorm leather sample. See, now this is where people's coordinates could end up being different, because right now this is 47.23. On this map, it's 44.45. So, what is the actual 2444? It's called Void Storm Leather Sample. Yoink. There we go. There's all the skinning ones. There's all the skinning ones. Shall we do a TT paste? Let's see these work. Voidstorm leather sample. Boom. Yeah, boy. I like the new fancy TomTom waypoint icon arrow thing. Big fan. Big fan. He's at work, but let me DM K-Chat real quick. Tested and verified all the skinning treasures. Also also created Tom B point code. How do you turn on the prey system on and off? It's part of in Silver Moon. In Silver Moon, you have to go down into a dungeony area to do it. I can't remember exactly where it is. I haven't actually properly unlocked it on my account yet. But you got to I don't think it's something you turn on or turn off so much, but you have to go, like, activate a prey target. If the Brackenhide boost or similar is a thing, it might cause a ruckus to get an Earthen to level 80 right now. And just fly to Realm first 90 as Midnight launches. It would be quite funny. I don't think it's going to be that possible, but it would be funny. Okay, what I do need to do a bunch of is skin things, really. Need to try and farm up a bunch of my... What I can do actually is learn all of these now. There's a bunch of skinning points and a bunch of moxie to go with it. Still need my samples. Might be worth trying to decide now just what path I want to take this skinning character. I think testing the I think the most lucrative thing for me to be testing is probably the which one is it? Where's it gone? Where's the one that gives you the boost to the diffusers? Gainful gathering. Oh yeah, there we go. Dedicated diffusers. If you haven't geared a toon yet on retail, is there any point to trying to farm gear just for leveling in Midnight? That's one of those questions where it's kind of, you could spend 10 hours today to save yourself 1 hour on the launch. It's up to you if you care enough to do it. Much like all of the people who, like, you know, they'll fill their quest log with quests to hand in to get, you know, 1 level slingshot sort of thing. Like, it's one of those things that if you want to do it, but your gear is going to usually last you about halfway through the, you know, if you've got reasonable gear from season 3, if you're 715 plus item level, you're probably good with that gear until you're in your mid-level 80s, 86, maybe 87 possibly, before you start replacing that gear. It makes the easy leveling much easier, and can kind of, if you're really trying to limit the amount of time it takes you to get to 90, then sure, but you'll still be replacing it all by the time you hit level 90 anyway. This diffuser route is something I want to kind of test though. Because these diffusers could be Skinner's way of generating moats, and it's going to be interesting to see just how lucrative they are. Learn to fashion a light bloom diffuser. The maximum amount of extra reagents you can yield from diffusers is increased. Wild diffuser. Maximum amount of reagents is increased again. Primal diffuser. Maximum amount increased again. Void diffuser. You've got to put 30 points in it even to get the void diffuser. The maximum amount of extra reagents you can yield is increased, and then the minimum amount of extra reagents you can yield is increased, so it lifts the floor value up. Because these diffusers, right, these require moats to make them, so you have to put moats in to get moats out. So I reckon the ratio of moats in to moats out is going to be pretty bad until you've put some spec points in it. You might need a full 40 points in this node before you're sort of guaranteed a actual payout. Because it could be like, by default, it gives you between gives you between 1 and 3 moats when you use it, which if it costs you 2 moats to make the damn thing in the first place is not particularly fun. So you need to put points into it to lift the floor value probably up to a minimum of 2 and then a maximum of 4 or something. Or maximum of 5. Throw the diffusing device at the targeted skinnable creature to infuse it with light bloom energy, causing you to receive additional motes of light when skinning them. Doesn't advertise that there's any sort of cooldown on this though, which is what makes me think these could be slightly crazy for farming motes. And it would also mean that you can farm moats outside of their zone of natural habitat. So each of these moats kind of live in one zone. Light lives in Eversong Wilds. You know, Primal lives in another zone. The Void lives in the Void Storm. This might also then mean that wherever the good skinning farm is, you can then choose which moats to farm for as well, which is going to be significantly more beneficial than herbing and mining to gather moats, because you know for a fact one zone will be more pleasant to farm herbs and ore in than another, or one zone will have just like a really lucrative area to farm for, and that will mean there'll be an influx of that one moat but a shortage of the other 3 maybe. What kind of item level are you using in the beta right now? Earthen starting zone gave me item level 80 gear. Yeah, the pre-made characters are trash. This is a character copy. So I'm 148 item level. This dude is like a 710 in retail. I've already got like 200 plus of every mote, and I hardly used any when leveling the crafting. The leveling's not the problem though. It's the fact that your potions, your consumables take motes, which means there'll be a constant demand for them. For the purpose of leveling the professions, it's not an issue. But when you start needing 20 of them to craft a piece of gear, on the day that everybody gets a spark and wants to craft a piece of gear, you bet your ass those motes will just go boom, disappear. Level to 89 so far. Not a single moat dropped. I've killed nothing that gave me a moat, which is why I'm putting quite a lot of focus and effort on the professions to find them. Because, am I tripping? Moats have quality. You are tripping, Golden. I've tried to tell you this about 4 or 5 times. Moats do not have quality. What you are seeing in your alchemy profession window is a tooltip bug. Moats do not have quality. It would be wild if they did add quality onto them, but as it stands, they don't. You are tripping, don't worry. But I might need to get some more knowledge points to get a full build in this, because we're going to need 40 points in this to really see how potent it is, to see where the floor value is on moats. I'm also going to need to put some points in here to even unlock this in the first place. So is this going to be a minimum of a 50 point, 10 points? Yeah, you need 50 points then. 50 knowledge points to be very good at diffusers. And I've got 24. 24 because we've done our... Yeah, the difficulty with skinning is you don't get a big injection of free knowledge points from anywhere, which makes the treasures all the more important to get. Then maybe knowledge point books and stuff. Moxie books with skinning. Which faction gives skinning? Is it one I've got? Profession tome for skinning. Armani tribe. Amanazar village in Zulaman. Can we get 10 more knowledge points from there?
The void gathers in great strength over here.
What is this portal, by the way? Portal to the pit of spite. Okay. Where's the portal out of here? In the ingress. Or is it going to be in the main city over here? How the flipping hell do we get out of the Void Storm? Oh, the other thing, the only reason I've got skinning treasures on hand here is I picked up skinning as a way to maybe try and get some cloth. But I've not actually been killing anything that awards cloth yet. Is it the main place that has a portal? There needs to be one of those portal icons on the map, doesn't there? Ooh, high value beast.
I don't have a time.
Lost Shadow Step supplies. That's a zone treasure. This one, isn't it? This one? No. One of these somewhere. Or is it in the building? Is it this one? No. Nothing going on there. In the building? That's where... No. Where the flippin' hell is this damn portal? Should have been that one there where you're at. Oh, this one here. There's a flippin'... The dog's called Bent? What? Okay. Sure. Apparently I'm not allowed out of here then. Is it a wait for a Hearthstone situation? Flipping hell. At this point, and this dude is not a high value target game. High value beast. Mincer? What is with these character names? Why have we got Bent and Mincer? They need changing. One. Very questionable name. We found a pet called Willy yesterday. We found 2 mobs called Bent and Mincer, which are relatively derogatory terms. Probably shouldn't be used for
Question everything.
probably shouldn't be used for NPC names, to be honest. Interesting. British English not being QA'd, yeah, clearly. Can we just do the housing trick again? Another interesting thing to know is if those moat enhancers are going to apply to everybody who then skins them, or only the first one. Yeah, does it debuff or buff the mob, like, client side or server side? Because if it buffs it server side, then everybody can then skin it and get moats from it as well. Which means one person in the party using a diffuser could give, what's it, like 8 other people free moats? Which would make 2x4 skinning, like, absolutely cracked for moat farming. I've entirely forgot where I was going now. I was going to Zulaman, wasn't I, to see if I can get the knowledge point book. There is a book via Abundance, but that's so buggy I can't get that one yet. Is it going to be down here? I'm on, yeah. Now, obviously, another thing to try and pay some attention to is try and find where the good actual skinning spots are. This is where my level of expertise will probably fail me. The finding of the farming zones is probably not what I'm very good at. But the trick is to find beasts that are part of a quest, meaning they will hyperspawn, that are in close enough proximity for a group of people to nuke them. That's really all you actually need. Right, where is the quartermaster dude out here?
Shaka. Zul'jara has spoken.
Is he going to be in the house? Innkeeper, quartermaster, renowned quartermaster.
My goods are my pride.
A handful of void light mail. 500? Go on then. Yes, please.
Recommend
Yoink.
it to Zul'jara, will ya?
Okay. Hmm. 'Twas a lie. 'Twas a lie. Yeah, the knowledge point book isn't even on this NPC.
Thank ya for taking a look, child.
You may purchase profession knowledge tomes for skinning, mining, leatherworking. Magovu. For Magovu. Yeah, that doesn't work.
Goods passed down through generations.
That
am I
doesn't
right?
work. Lots of other stuff, mind. Lots of recipes. That I would and should be able to buy if I had the right professions, but no knowledge point books. All? Be hilarious if a beta came out and nobody tested it. Man, Blizzard being such a bad spot then. Yeah. I'm not sure just how much bug reports from beta help, but
Come back soon.
it would be a shit show. No profession. Books. Is getting Moxie for the gathering professions gonna blow, considering they have no patron orders? Yeah. Yeah. No patron orders, which means you are going to be acquiring a very... You'll get a big injection initially from your treasures, which will go out and get, but you'll be pretty hard restricted to... What is it? 6... What's it saying here? You may find... You may discover 6 more fine hides this week. Oh, have we had reset? Has the beta had the equivalent of weekly reset? I've already found 1. I would have expected that to have said 5. Okay. That's bugged. Okay. I found 1, but the total did not change. Yeah, I would imagine that there's 5 default ones and then 1 that gives you 3. So 5, 8, 8 times 5, like 40. You might only be able to get like 40 Moxie a week. Obviously, we don't really know what we need Moxie for particularly at this point. We're guesstimating because the profession tools and accessories don't have Moxie attached to them yet. But when they do, then we'll start to... Yeah, when they put Moxie on all of these, we'll have a better understanding of how many we need. Wait a second. Where's the epic ones gone? Where's the epic ones gone? Ooh. Are they doing what I suspected they would do? There's no epic equivalents of any of the tailoring crafted profession accessories. Curiosity time. Let's see if the leatherworking crafted ones or the jewel crafting ones are. No, there's still epic ones in leatherworking. The epic equivalents are still here. Maybe it's just tailoring that's weird at the moment. Or maybe they've taken them out of tailoring but haven't taken them out of the other things yet. Either way, my point still stands, is they haven't added Moxie on any of these yet. So we have no idea just how much Moxie we're chasing after. And until we know that, we don't know whether a drip feed of Moxie is a good thing or a bad thing, because we don't know how much we need. But that's something else to keep my eyes on. They seem to have stolen... they seem to have stolen the epic level of profession equipment from tailoring. Odd. It'd be very... yeah, odd. In theory, actually, there's a good chance they'd be sold by you.
Do not loiter.
Are the recipes here? Matic, where's the tailoring stuff? Tailoring stuff is all called pattern something, isn't it? Design is the jewel crafting stuff. Midnight tailoring, here we go. That's the rare version. These are the rare versions, not the epic versions. Huh. There's not even patterns for the epic ones. Okay. I think there's a good chance they're doing what I suspected they might, which is to take out the epic ones to give them us back in like 12.2 or something. Maybe due to the fact that if they give us uncommon, rare and epic ones, people are just going to skip the rare ones. Whereas if they only give us uncommon and rare ones, everybody will craft rare ones, and then they have a here's something to do in like 12 months time. Interesting.
We will have justice.
Okay, that's another one of the things to go on the list of like shit to find out. Okay, so I also can't get that many knowledge points for skinning even to like properly test stuff much. Maybe I just need to actually just kill a bunch of shit then with skinning to to at least get some of the weekly points, maybe. This hasn't ended up being a very fruitful adventure today. We've stumbled across a lot of things that just don't work. Another location to get some knowledge points is the Abundant vendor, but the Abundant system doesn't work, so I can't get those knowledge points either. So I am kind of just hard capped to I just need to kill a bunch of shit, and I just need to skin a bunch of shit. To get the weekly knowledge points that way. Means maybe I can start putting some points into the diffusers, but I certainly can't get very far yet. See if I can get a few more of these fine void-tempered hides. Sunstrider Isle has proven to be a quick and easy way to get a bit of skinning done. All the worms out here can be skinned. No, there's no cheat vendors on these realms. And cheat vendors wouldn't help me particularly anyway, because having access to the materials doesn't help me particularly. When it comes to testing gathering, there's actually no real way to do it other than to just brute force it. Because the cheat vendors turn up on the level capped realms, where you tend to not then be able to go out in the open world. Therefore, you know, PvP for like raid testing and Mythic Plus testing and whatever. You can either stand up vendors and have access to all materials for free, or you can play on the quote-unquote leveling realms, where you just have to do stuff. Right, 97, 98. Nearly capped skinning at least, which is a start.
Hey, that's too far away.
They add lumber to the tailoring decor crafts. I don't know if they've added it. It will turn up though. Oh, I've got tailoring on this character, haven't I? That could be why you asked. Hang on, please hold. Where's the decor shit gone? Yeah, Thalassian lumber, look. 8, 18, 12, 46 lumber for the bed. 24, 16. There we go. Midnight skinning at 100. Oh, an abundant token. Oh. These are at 2 of 8. Oh, these must be character specific as well then, maybe. Yeah, they will be. I'm 8 of 8 on my other character for those abundant tokens. The abundant tokens are what you need to turn in to do an abundant run in the abundance system. You're limited to only... Well, it appears to be that you're limited to only 8 abundant runs a week. Kind of probably similar to Delves.
I need to get close.
Oh, Thalassian Essence of the Fair. I got another one of those. A boisterous mote of energy used by scribes to craft various Dark Moon oddities can be bought and sold on the auction house. Yeah, these go into making, like, Dark Moon cards or something, if I remember. Interesting that I'm getting them from mobs while skinning. Farmed all the weekly knowledge for skinning and can with semi-confidence say that the knowledge items drop only from the high value targets. Oh. That's interesting. That would highly de-incentivize like a farm doing it, wouldn't it? Putting it more in the category of fly around and hunt high value target. Oh, that's interesting. If I get one from this now, it will be lol. Abundance seems primarily cosmetic. Well, I disagree. The abundance looks like it could be a very good source of like materials. The fact that you can turn in 100 of the abundance currency for a goodie bag of materials does depend how much is in said goodie bag of materials, but the fact that that could theoretically be repeated on alts. 2 high value targets here, look. That certainly doesn't feel very cosmetic to me. That feels very impactful. The fact I can skin them before looting them is also weird. And in fact, I didn't get anything from those. Neither of those show as being lootable, nor did they give me the skins. Even though they were both tagged as high value targets. No loot when tagged as a high value target. Let's try and hunt down some high value targets then, see if we can get some more knowledge points. I mean, that's going to make skinning one hell of a chore if you have to find, if it's only high value targets that can give you your knowledge points each week. But then again, I'm starting to feel that that's kind of more the way that skinning is meant to be done these days. Getting one piece of leather from a single mob compared to 5, 6, up to as high as 10 from a high value mob really adds extra value to doing it solo. Although stuff like this really shouldn't get tagged as high value targets. I'm tempted to do all the side quests in each of the zone on this character, because it will give me a good idea of what mobs whilst doing side quests can be skinned, because that's like the first stepping stone to finding a hyperspawn location. It's finding a mob that is required to be killed for a quest. It may not be a main campaign quest, it could be a side quest, or world quest, technically. Yeah, 6 pieces of leather, between 6 and 10 pieces of leather from a high value target. Now I know that in comparison to a 2x4 skinning farm, that's still not very impressive, but it's at least better than it was for solo skinners. There's another fine void temper. Has that then put the... Yeah, still says I can find 6 more of these this week. Okay, so that definitely doesn't work. We've reported that bug anyway. But that does lend more suspicion to that these are at least easier to get from high value targets. Do you think people will prefer to farm their mats with the abundance system over just normal farming? Depends on how lucrative it is, doesn't it? I don't think what it will probably be, because you're limited to how many abundant runs you can do a week. It looks at this point that their number they're shooting for is 8. It might be that if you take your currency from doing your abundance and turn it all into goodie bags, it might be a relatively quick way to get a whole bunch of materials, but of course with the limitation that you can only do it so much each week. Then you fall back onto regular material farming after. It can afford to be more lucrative because it's also limited. So it then doesn't really matter what people prefer. The path of least resistance to getting some will probably be the abundance system, but if you want more than some, you then have to go out and farm them au natural, maybe. And the abundance system looks to be something that the more geared you are, the better scores you'll get, and I would then assume the more currency from it that you get as well. Meaning it might be kind of not really that valuable in Season 1 or early in Season 1 maybe. But then it kind of comes into its own later in the patch expansion when everybody's a little bit more geared and can, much like a delve, just like hammer it out, get maximum currency from it. This has got skinning farm written all over it. Golden's army doing 350 times 8 abundance runs every week for science. Get it on. Do it. No, it's not science until you've done it 350 times.
I need to get close.
Oh my god, this has got skinning farm wrote all over it. Where are we? We are south of the Sanctum of the Sun. This little area's got Skinning Farm Road all over it. Whilst they're not elite, mind, but there's plenty of them. They all give you void-tempered scales.
I need a target.
690 conch professions is going to burn me out. Well, I'm still very much on the fence about concentration. I can't ignore the fact that I've played through many expansions now. I've seen the launch of an expansion 10 times over. And I can't ignore the fact that nearly every single time, whatever worked incredibly well in the last expansion ends up being dog shit in the next. Or at least heavily nerfed. Now I know there are people who have gone absolutely bananas on concentration, alt army building, especially with Remix at the moment. Which only leads me further to my belief that there could be such an outrageous flood of people that are chasing that high that with Blizzard's extra focus on making sure it's not broken overpowered could just push it into obscurity very quickly. That said, something like enchanting, if disenchanting materials becomes, there needs to be good value between normal quality and high value materials. There needs to be a good premium for high value materials. If not, it's dead on arrival. Which makes me think that anything that uses ore, anything that uses herbs, anything that uses leather, even if it uses a bunch of it, probably not going to be very good from a concentration perspective, because those mats are just going to be too easy to get naturally. Enchanting is still big question mark, because high value dust, high value shards, especially high value crystals could be very, very lucrative, very, very expensive, because they could be really annoying to get in Season 1. Then enchanting just sits top of the tree for concentration again, but the most of the other professions are not looking very good from a concentration perspective. Like what, from example, recipe drops or just materials? Well, look at materials for starters. I know it's still early, but most materials, the difficulty in which is required, like, it's not that difficult to start getting high quality materials. You're going to have to level your profession up, which is just effort. You're also simultaneously going to need a few basic green profession tools and accessories. And from that point, you should be quite steadily, quite reliably getting a drip feed of high quality materials. That's even before you consider putting any points in your spec tree, right? And that's true for skinning, herbing, and mining right now. Whilst leveling the profession, I've not had much, but soon as you cross that threshold to the point where you can start getting them, that means it's just a matter of time before there's lots of them. And every week there's going to be more and more and more and more and more. And what this will do is it will mean that the price difference between normal materials and high quality materials might not be very high. There will always be a premium for high quality materials because there will be less of them. But the second part of this story is that I think the actual bottleneck material is going to be moats. Moats are used in every profession all over the flipping place in pretty large quantities when you start mass producing consumables like potions and flasks. Moats might be why people go out herbing, mining, skinning. The basic materials they get then becomes a byproduct. If moats end up being 1,000 gold a piece and you can get 50 moats an hour, there's your 50,000 gold an hour farm, right? Then it basically means all of the herbs or leather you get alongside that is just a bonus to the main cash cow reason you're farming. Now, I don't think moats will be 1,000 gold each. I think they'll probably be closer to about 200 gold a piece. But it still means that there isn't much value attached to the basic materials. And if you can get normal quality in just mass quantity by farming 4 moats, and you get a reasonable amount of high quality stuff as well, people will overfarm the shit out of the materials, and the materials will stack up and up and up. And I'm not convinced there will be enough pull from the professions on those base materials to keep them at a high price, or to keep them with a high premium between normal and high value, normal and high quality. Sorry, it's kind of the downside of reducing down to only 2 quality materials, being that it's far more difficult for Blizzard to create a premium market. Quality 3 in retail as it stands now is that premium market. You're very rarely getting quality 3 materials when herbing and mining, which has always kept a premium on quality 3 mats for the most part. We've had thaumaturgy to balance out the low level stuff and to consume huge quantities of the low level stuff. Let's not forget that thaumaturgy is what we would call a destructive process. You only get 50% out of what you put in. So you buy 10,000 pieces of leather, you only get 5,000 mats out the other end. So in that regard, it's destructive. It's deleted 5,000 of a farmed material in the process. Without something like thaumaturgy to consume disgusting quantities of materials and basically delete them from the game, normal quality materials will stack up and up and up and up and up, because we also know that normal quality won't be that desired. People will probably need to buy the high quality materials a lot of the time to guarantee high quality crafts. It'll only be the concentration army that buys up all of the normal quality stuff, or people leveling their professions. You know, the economics of this are pretty difficult to predict ahead of time. But a lot of things are pointing me in the direction that concentration won't be anywhere near as powerful as it has been. And even where it is kind of good, you know, I still think enchanting has a chance of being kind of good for concentration. Kind of good isn't, you know, kind of good could be that your bar of concentration nets you like 2,000 or 3,000 gold, which isn't a lot compared to the 10,000, 15,000 gold you've often been able to get in this expansion, you know? Is it that thaumaturgy is not implemented? No, it's cut, gone. It's not that it's not being implemented, it's just not happening. Thaumaturgy has been cut. Is there a moat specialization inside the gathering professions again? Yes. Yes. Each of the gathering professions seem to have a way to boost your ability to get moats. With skinning, it's these diffusers, You take some motes to make a diffuser. You use that diffuser on a mob, and then in theory it gives you more motes than you put in it. But you do have to spec into it as well. Herbing and mining, it's the shiny specialist nodes that drop motes, and you can overload on them to get more motes. Very much like Dragonflight, if you played Dragonflight, where overloading was a big thing with herbing and mining. That's a way to get more rousings and awakened. The alchemy transmuting, high quality, might be good come season 2. Very much, possibly, yeah. Oh, wait, what is this? I'm writing my first ever D&D campaign. I want to add a goblin merchant. Do I have your permission to call him Mantheus? Fuck yeah, do it. Make him wear glasses, be smart, and then leave. He'll all just shout no refunds. Do it. Do it. I've done a little bit of skinning here now, and I can also, once again, back up this theory that the weekly knowledge points don't seem to come from just regular ass skinning. High value targets do feel like they're... Unless the drop rate is just absolutely grim. I mean, to be fair, I have leveled the profession all the way to 100 and still only got 2 of the weekly knowledge points. So the drop rate on them isn't that great to begin with, but it could be high value target farming as a way to get your skinning knowledge points each week. I do like this high value target system though. Needs refining, but I do like it. I wonder how much of this leather we've got. I've got 200 plus of each of this leather. I might ship this off to my main leather worker to start leveling that up a little bit. I think I probably need to try and get each of the professions to, like, I'm going to guess level 25. Because I would imagine they don't unlock their weekly quests or access to patron orders until there's something going on with them. There might be a follower dungeon that has better mobs for the weekly knowledge points. That's a good point, actually. If skinners can, like, farm a follower dungeon or something. Nothing hurts poking our nose in and having a look. Let's try the first room or two in each of the dungeons and see if there feels like there's a Dark Flame Cleft equivalent, either for skinning or for cloth. This dude's got tailoring.
The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper...
I mean, if these are considered human... Oh, these are tagged as undead, actually, technically. Don't be dying on me, Garrick. I know I pulled the entire room, but man the fuck up. None of these motherfuckers even have loot. Never mind drop cloth. Okay. can't even be looted. Well, that's deathly boring. Is it just that they don't have loot right now? What are we thinking? I don't like the fact they're all tagged as undead. That means they probably wouldn't drop cloth in the first place, but... Although, if they did add... The fact that I'm not able to loot any of these tells me that these mobs don't have a loot table yet. Which means when they add a loot table, this place is definitely worth having another look at. Because there's lots of potential going on here for a quick kill 20 mobs, farm, loot them, peace out kind of situation.
The wilderness has overtaken it now.
Yo, thanks for the squirrel goals, by the way. Appreciate the squirrel. This is why I never get anything done. Far too distracted by squirrels. Do you have any info on Dark Moon? Is it going to be like the War Within, where everybody can get cards as long as they have inscription? I've had it confirmed to me that you don't even need inscription to get the cards. But I've leveled a character all the way up to 90. I've played on the beta a reasonable amount. I'm yet to see a card. So that gives me some confidence in saying that everybody can get them, but they're back in that kind of rare category again. These things are skinnable, though, mind. That's not enough things to skin to get excited by, but they were skinnable. What's happening the other direction? I've not done this dungeon before. I don't even know what the hell's going on with it. But there's a couple of big pulls to be had in the first room. If they end up having cloth on them, that would be kind of fun. But I wasn't able to loot them, so they have no loot tables right now. But that's not to say they won't in the future.
She gave everything to the task, including her life.
Garrick! Save my ass! Tank do tank things. Yeah, which, having Dark Moon cards maybe being slightly rarer again, would be nice. It's another avenue for people to shoot for, at least, at the beginning of an expansion.
She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
I never really did the Dark Flame Cleft farm, but this entrance area of Windrunner Spire, if these mobs end up having cloth drop from them, they're humanoid-y looking, but they are all tagged as undead currently, meaning they might have already thought of that. They might have already thought, let's not make an easy cloth farm again, but either way, it's a nice start to a follower dungeon where there's lots of mobs to kill. Regardless. The Windrunner Spire gets a, I don't know, gets tagged with a maybe. Windrunner Spire's a maybe. What does Murder Row look like? First room, first corridor, first something something. Could mean the embellishments, if they're still a thing, will be profitable. Yeah, Dark Moon needs careful consideration again.
We need to act fast.
Because Dark Moon cards, like, I don't know, it's just old school, isn't it? It's just kind of traditional. It's just kind of traditional for Season 1 to be, you know, a bit of a blast with Dark Moon. Crafting the cards, you know, making the decks, selling the trinkets, all of that sort of stuff. It's just traditional in that regard. In the War Within, it was kind of weird them dropping at basic vendor prices and then only really being consumed by enchanters to disenchant them for easy knowledge points. It's kind of odd. And then the trinkets not being on Abyss list basically ever was kind of problematic as well. This is another first entrance to a dungeon that if these mobs drop cloth, this murder row is looking even spicier. When do you think's the best time to check the rates on crushing ore? The day before the expansion goes live. No cloth. Even if they give us cheat vendors, testing rates of stuff, you can do it, but do it on the basis of, like, it's the whole take it with a grain of salt approach, because there's a strong chance that it will all completely change by the time the game goes live. Certainly don't do any early beta testing of rates and then assume that that is still the case when the game goes live. That's madness. Okay, we did get some bright linen, actually. What up, doggo? What's up? Is it that time already? Oh, it's getting there, isn't it? What up, dog? What up, boss? What's up? We'll get in your bed then. Oh my god. NPCs are pulling for me. Praying they had the vendors this week. I want to test some professions. Yeah, it would be good if they added the cheap vendors. What's up? What's your problem? Might need to go out for another pee. I took her out for a pee literally 2 minutes before I started the stream today. It's not been that long, but the doggo alarm clock is going off. Okay, this first room also has potential. Interesting that it at least drops cloth. We're killing humanoids in here. Murder Row is at least a source for cloth. Den of Nalarak. What's Den of Nalarak's first room look like? Oh my god, we don't even have a map yet. That doesn't give me much confidence for having loot tables on mobs.
We will start a ritual, but be ready. This is the lower of war. Whatever he dreams of, we must complete
Going on here.
the trial.
Eagle comes down to scavenge berries. Cool, skinnable. Right away, we're skinning things in here. Maybe not a lot of stuff though. Pull a bunch and see. Why is nobody else killing this dude? Skinnable mobs, but not really enough to get excited about. Doesn't look like. Not in the first area, at least. Certainly not anything that looks overly abusable. And I got to remember, the reason that Dark Flame Cleft worked so well is that you didn't really have to go anywhere before you could pull half the dungeon. And then you loot it all up and leave. It was like very quick, very efficient, which is kind of the reason why you would choose to do it. Now, if you were a tank or something and you were reasonably geared, there's probably nothing to say you couldn't run around and grab all of this stuff and nuke it down. Does give you some void tempered leather. Give me a couple of minutes, boys and girls. I'm going to take the dogs for a quick pee break. I don't know why she's whinging, but I should find out. Back in 2. Alrighty. Oh, you're all having a war. You're all having a war. Who won? Woo win again. Who let Woo win again? Unbelievable. Since there's a fix to the Profession Shuffle next expansion, I hope there is something new to grind. Well, I wouldn't be too hopeful. That's exactly what they're trying to remove by the looks of things. I'd I'd go as far as to say the knowledge point grind is still a thing. There's 6 months of effort ahead of you. Almost for certain. Ooh, this place has got to be good for beasties. No? Or is it all going to be trolls? They are tagged as humanoids. That means cloth.
I need to target something first.
No loot table again though. Humanoids and beasts. Good for skinning and tailoring, maybe? Although Captain Garrick is struggling to stay alive.
I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target.
Dungeons feel as if they're quite undercooked so far though on the beta. Maybe why they're doing some early dungeon testing later today. Nothing seems to really have a loot table. We don't have maps for half of it yet, which is often a strong indication that they are not finished. Very strong indication that they're not finished.
Another widow back. Another bag of corn.
Did you find the fix for your blue screen? I'm one step closer because I now know the cause. That hasn't helped with the fix yet, though. It's graphics driver related issue. Something about having 5 instances of World of Warcraft open seems to make my graphics driver have a heart attack, and when it has a heart attack, it crashes my entire PC. So, yeah. That needs some more investigation, but it requires me to do some off-screen multi-boxing. Because I don't want to be doing it on stream when shit keeps crashing all the time. Never had that problem. I have 8 all the time. Yeah, it's definitely a graphics driver related issue. I actually had a similar, probably not related issue with Discord as well. The Discord overlay was causing havoc with the window focus, which kind of leads me to also think that it might have had might be doing something that the graphics card doesn't like. I don't know. Good old intermittent issues. I'll figure it out.
I need to target something first.
What tracks say you're following?
Who be stealing my kill? Who be letting a
I had to revert back to the studio driver instead of the game ready driver. I often choose to use the studio driver for that similar reason, like for stability reasons. I've got the studio driver installed right now, but stability reasons, but it didn't seem to help. At least yesterday, we had the crash yesterday. Blue screen yesterday. So, I'm not quite sure, but I'll figure it out.
I need a target.
Okay, I wasn't really trying to test the dungeons here so much. I was just trying to sort of see if there's any interesting early pulls that could potentially done that loot lots of leather or cloth. But once again, this looks like a cool dungeon, and it looks like it's got possibility, especially if you end up being a tank that can pull the whole place and just nuke it down. But loot tables don't seem to be implemented properly yet, so maybe it's also a bit early to be trying this sort of stuff. All different types of moats, they're definitely going to be a thing. Purple Crafts are using 20. Dark Moon using 20. Lots of light and energy recipes. Yeah, the moats are used in every single profession in reasonably large quantities. It's exactly the same as what we saw in Dragonflight, where Rousings and Awakened were basically the only thing you cared about getting at the best price, because everything else was not really an issue. You know, back in Dragonflight, getting your Awakened Fire and your Awakened Order and stuff at the at a 20% discount was the difference between making profit or not making a profit, because all the other materials very quickly basically became free, relatively anyway. The War Within, you know, took that system out a little bit, but Midnight, it looks to be going back in. It's like we're going to care about moats more than else. And this is another thing that leads me on to the fact that concentration might not be anywhere near as lucrative as it was last time round, because moats don't have quality. If on a crafted item, the lion's share, like 80% of the crafting cost, is revolving around these moats, because all of the other materials end up being very cheap. If there's no quality on moats, concentration has no value to add to the craft. I certainly don't feel that concentration is going to be as lucrative as it has been. It will probably still work, and if you have a big enough alt army, it will probably still make you gold, but I'm once again I'm not very sold on it being incredible. I mean, just taking a look at tailoring ever so quickly, you'd be looking at crafting spell threads, maybe. Spell threads become a candidate for concentration usage, but they use 6 motes of the pure void, 6 motes of primal energy. A big quantity of the cost there is going to be in these. It could easily be that moats end up being 200-300 gold a piece. Which, if that's the case, then, you know, a spell thread here. Vendor mats. Let's just put a rough 250 gold value on these. That's 1,200 gold just for the moats. Your petrified roots come from delves, but once again don't have quality, so concentration is going to do nothing to those. It's your Akano Weave bolts and your basic Akano Weave. There could be room for movement in this stuff, unless there ends up being some real prominent tailoring farm. Radiant shards having quality will require disenchanters to do clever things, so there's a little bit of value in this, maybe. Akano Weave bolts is your cooldown once again, which sense of irony here that if we go back to... Oh, fuck. These motherfuckers use moats as well. So actually, there's moats in even the intermediates here. Moats of light, moats of wild magic. Imbued bright linen bolt is an intermediate, meaning it's not farmed in any way, or in theory it will not be farmed. Meaning... Oh, yeah. They take nothing to make other than basic cloth and vendor mats. There's not a huge amount of room there. Do you know the script to call the API to see what the base yield is in-game? I do not. Are you asking me because you do and you can tell me, or are you asking me because you want to know and don't know? I don't know nothing about API business. I'm a dum-dum about that sort of stuff. I tested herbing and mining. A little bit, not a huge amount. Want to know it to implement on the spreadsheet. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know. I would speak to Licorice. He knows all of that sort of stuff on Discord. He does some very clever shit. Yeah, so these spell threads, actually, when you look at it, 8 Arcano Weave bolts is actually more, once again, probably going to be strangleheld or bottlenecked in price by the moats that go into making these in the first place, plus more moats here. So, as far as concentration is concerned, there's probably not that much room to move, even though this looks like it's quite a lot of materials. You've only got 3 things here that quality can play an effect on. One of which that might be limited in price by the moats more than anything else. Yeah, it could very easily fall back. Fall back once again to a Dragonflight world where he or she who gets their moats at the cheapest price wins. Expect the auction house baiting to be on the price of the moats, not necessarily on the materials, because of that fact. Spell thread's the same, just in the opposite direction, with the just other mats. There's nothing else in tailoring that you would the rest of it's just all gear. Optional reagents, sunfire linings, farmed mats, probably not going to be that much of a pull on these. Not many of them used either. Maximum 8 materials, even 100 gold delta between them is still only an 800 gold for your concentration usage. And without some serious skill and tools and specs, you're going to be consuming probably half your bar of concentration. Your bar might be worth your full bar might be worth 2,000 gold here. Yeah, moats of wild magic, moats of light. Tailoring once again not looking good from a concentration perspective. Not looking good. I mean, it was pretty dog do in the War Within anyway, but I would say the fact that it consumes so many moats in whatever, in the few areas that it does do stuff. Let's do a quick profession overview of concentration of some of the others, maybe. Get to a convenient spot. Somewhere where we can log off quickly. You get over 10 motes of wild magic per wild herb, even without overloading, and they're everywhere in Zulaman. But you got to look at it from... because obviously on the beta, there's unlimited nodes. Look at it from the viewpoint of what do you get more of, right? So let me jump on the druid for a second. Pure supply. If you're thinking about the like pure supply of mats, yes, you can get 10 motes of wild magic very quickly and easily overloading on a node, but at the same time, you're getting more herbs and you're getting more ore. You're always getting more herbs and more ore than you are motes. However many motes you get, you'll always get more herbs and ore. Unless, of course, you just completely ignore every other node. But even on the speciality nodes, you get more herbs than you do motes most of the time. And the speciality nodes are meant to be rare spawns of the normal nodes. So if nobody's picking up the normal nodes, the speciality ones don't spawn as frequently. The TLDR is you're always getting more of the basic material than you are the motes. The basic material, though, doesn't have as much places to go, because herbs are only used in a couple of professions, ore is only used in a couple of professions, skinning mats are used in leatherworking only. There's nowhere for those materials to particularly go, so they stack up and their price crashes. Motes, though, are used in every profession. All of the professions. You'll sell the motes within half a second of putting them on the auction house. There'll be far more of a demand for the motes, of which you will get less of them relative to the herbs, meaning that in any single crafted recipe, the ratio of price when it comes to crafting cost, most of the weight is going to sit on the price of the mote, because the motes will have a higher value because they'll be used far more frequently across the board. It's the exact same landscape that we saw in Dragonflight. Pretty much exactly the same landscape as we saw in Dragonflight. Rousings were used everywhere, awakens were used everywhere. The basic materials just stacked up and up and up and up and up because people went out to farm the awakened, to farm the rousings, because that was the thing that people needed lots of. Everything else became a byproduct and just stacked up. No thaumaturgy means that you can't convert one to another, so they'll stack up even more and more and more. It is almost a carbon... The economy feels like an almost carbon copy of Dragonflight. Almost carbon copy. And because motes don't have quality, concentration can't add any value. Which is, you know, all tying together to the fact that your concentration alt armies might not do as well as they have done previously. Unless you get motes from engineering via scrapping. That could be a huge shuffle. True. You've also got at least so far, I have not found any mobs that drop motes. They only seem to be farmable from herb mining, skinning right now. No mobs seem to be dropping them, or at least I haven't found any. Nobody else has told me that they killed this mob and looted a mote, which is a technical downgrade to what we saw in Dragonflight, because you could farm mobs to get awakened, and it was became quite popular to farm like fire elementals or something to get rousing fire. If that isn't a thing, then they can afford to make them a little bit easier to get by herbing and mining if that becomes the main way of doing it. Unraveling, the cloth used to give you rousing fire and rousing frost. Unraveling doesn't exist anymore, so that's not going to be a source of moats. Yeah, I'm relatively convinced that moats are going to be literal big business. Everything else, herbs, ore, and frustratingly then both normal and high quality herbs and ore are going to be in the bin pretty quickly in terms of price relative to the price of moats. That's not to say that herbs and ore and high value herbs and ore might not still be 20-30 gold a piece, but it'll be moats that will be 250 gold a piece. Let me look at a couple of professions just through the eyes of concentration. See if there's anything that stands out. This expansion's Cataclysm 2.0, Moats are the new volatiles, Twilight pre-patch, Ogres in the new zone, short raids. Cataclysm 2.0. I'm not sure people want to hear that. Not convinced people want to hear that. Right, leatherworking. Where do you use concentration in leatherworking? You're going to look at using it in consumable items, reagents, intermediates, potentially. Optional crafting reagents, once again, uses one rare hide. 2 pieces of byproduct stone from prospecting. 2 items that don't have quality, and then a fuckload of moats. Safe to say concentration is going to be useless on that craft. 10 moats, 1 material. Yeah, once again, dead on arrival. Although it's an intermediate itself. Sindori armor banding is created with... Oh, look! More moats. A fantastic fur that doesn't have quality, and then 1 item that does, also known as dead on arrival, for concentration. Scale woven hides, just use the rare hides to make the intermediate ones. Once again, 2 materials. There'd have to be such an outrageous price delta between these for it to be of value. Not going to happen. The infused ones. Oh, look! A fuckload of moats. I hope you guys are getting the pattern here. A majestic hide, which doesn't have quality, is going to be quite spicy in price anyway. But yeah, once again, no room for concentration to really do much here. The only thing in this entire craft that's going to affect the concentration is this 1 material here, a 1 scale woven hide, which, you know, is only actually 2 materials in itself. So, yeah, nothing here is going to be any good at all for concentration. Basically, nothing there is useful. If we take a look at armor kits, petrified roots is a delve mat, silver leaf thread is a vendor mat, a shitload of moats, 1 intermediate craft, and 2 more intermediate crafts, both of which we said the Sindori armor bandings, you need 2 of them. Oh look, each of those uses moats, so that's 4 more moats in making this armor kit on top of the 10 that's here. That's 14 moats to make 1 armor kit, by the way. But concentration doesn't have a lot of room to move because there's not enough materials. There's only 3 items here that use quality. Value of concentration is going to be really poor. Forest Hunter's armor kit is basically the same, just using a different moat. And then the basic one nobody cares about anyway. It's not the ones that are going to sell. These are the ones that will sell, but no real value in concentration on those. Armor isn't something that you use concentration on from an alt army perspective because it's a work order thing. So we can skip all of the crafted stuff, and that's it. Hey presto. Once again, leatherworking, dead on arrival for concentration. Absolutely dead on arrival. Jewel crafting. Your intermediate reagents. Gem dust. There's some room here, but it only needs 1, and then glass is a byproduct again of prospecting, so there might not be much of a delta here, and even still you only need 3. Sindori lenses are also not particularly used in great quantities either way. Vials, still only 6 materials. Yes, high quality vials will be needed by alchemists. But considering that both of these, well, interestingly, we'll have to see what happens with prospecting, won't we? But it's often, when it's high alchemy season, it's also high glass season. So the price difference here, depending on how prospecting works, depending on how the high quality versions of these are available, this is still a bit 50-50. When cutting gems, you were going to cut the big flawless gems. You have room to move in your actual rare gem. You also have room to move in the gem dust. Still only taking 6 materials in total though, but you're also going to be, once again, pretty handicapped by the fact that every one of these is going to use moats. So getting a 20% discount on your moats is going to be probably worth more than using concentration on lower quality mats here. And that pattern is basically the same for every single gem cut. Your money to be made in using concentration on gems is literally in hoping that glimmering gem dust at high quality is like super expensive. This very, very heavily depends on prospecting. Your basic gems nobody cares about. Your diamonds are going to be an interesting one. But you also have to remember that people only ever need 1 diamond per character per season, but they do still sell reasonably well. The issue you have here is, once again, it depends on prospecting. How easy are diamonds to get via prospecting? More importantly, what's the price difference between normal quality and high quality diamonds? If normal quality diamonds are like 500 gold and high quality diamonds are like 20k, then yeah, your concentration is going to be ludicrous here. But it entirely depends on the price delta here. Kaleidoscopic prisms. These are actually an interesting one. Where's this on? Yeah, I haven't unlocked it yet. Kaleidoscopic prisms, because these actually, believe it or not, might hold some concentration value. One of the few recipes I've seen so far that there is a possible maybe for good concentration value. Fact that you need, and once again, it does very heavily depend on prospecting rates. The fact that it's 10 glimmering dust here, let's say there's a 50 gold difference between these two, that's 500 gold of value that concentration's giving you there. If these you can pick up, you know, if these you can pick up pretty cheaply, you can save 500 gold with concentration on this. If you can, you know, get enough skill in this so that it doesn't take too much concentration per craft, you might get 500 gold out of each craft of this, maybe. There's possibility there. Stabilizing gemstone bandolier. Basic gems, there's not going to be much of a difference in price between these, really. Yeah, not enough mats. So diamonds, maybe. Diamonds, maybe, depending on how difficult it is to prospect for Eversong diamonds at high quality. If something stupid happens, like you have to disenchant thorium, basically the nullstone equivalent, if you have to start prospecting that to get flipping diamonds reliably, these will be pretty expensive. So yeah, the diamonds, the meta gems is a big question mark, a big maybe. Even though it's not many materials, the price difference between the materials could be absolutely bonkers. Does skill affect prospecting? Well, I haven't tested. It's impossible to test prospecting yet. Impossible to test prospecting. I mean, it does appear to in some way, shape, or form, but how? I don't know yet. The fact that you can put thorium in it to prospect it could be wild. We need some cheap vendors to test at least the basics of this, but so far one of the only professions I've seen that's sort of 50-50 for concentration is jewel crafting again, but it very heavily depends on prospecting. Gems don't feel as lucrative though. This is the thing. Your standard gems don't feel as good for... They don't feel as good for concentration this time round because of their heavy use of moats. You know, these materials might cost, you know, 5 glimmering gem dust at high quality. Let's say these are 100 gold a piece. That's 500 gold. Your flawless gem is not going to be more than 100 or 150 gold maximum. The likelihood is that this is about 600 gold, maybe. Yet your 3 moats are going to be 750 gold. So like half of the value is locked up. Probably more than half of the value is going to be locked up in the moat, I feel. Meaning the savings by using low quality stuff over here, it's still very small. So maybe diamonds, maybe the intermediates that go into making the diamonds, the kaleidoscopic prisms. Maybe there's some room for moving concentration here. So it probably will put jewel crafting like A tier for concentration again. Leatherworking is dead on arrival though. Leatherworking is in the pits again. The resourcefulness angle for moat procs. You would still you'd still stack multicraft given the choice though. You would still always stack multicraft. You're not wrong, yeah, getting some resourcefulness procs on the moats would be nice, but nothing beats just getting free shit, which is what multicraft does. And there's a multicraft enchant this time round as well, leaning more into the fact that you will just stack multicraft. On stuff that can multicraft, of course. Enchanting is going to wildly depend on how disenchanting rates play out. But our consumables, hey presto, more moats. More moats. Moats of light. Moats of light are used in both the default DPS potion and your weapon oil. Moats of light, moats of primal energy. Oil shield the target absorbing a bunch of damage. Okay, then the default one. Whenever you deal damage, inflict arcane damage. Yeah, so primal mote of primal energy is going into a consumable here. 1 mote per use. When we get to alchemy, you'll also see that motes are used in the default DPS potion as well. So that's a huge consumption of motes there. These also use dust and the vials from Jewel Crafters again. Which is why glass goes burr when it's early season. Once again, from the perspective of concentration, this is questionable. Low quantity. There's only a maximum of 6 things that quality affects here, and most of the cost is on the motes again. The enchants though, there's a lot more wiggle room. I think I've broken my voice. A lot more wiggle room, assuming that, depending on how, 15 dust is nothing. Well, yes. This is why I think enchanting has been nerfed. The 2 big things that indicate that enchanting has been nerfed from concentration is just the lack of quantity of materials compared to the War Within, at least anyway. Only 15, 25, 26, 27 materials here. Whereas it's not been uncommon to see like 50 plus materials needed in an enchant in total on the War Within. Where's the weapon ones? 20 dust on a weapon enchant. 35 is used on this one. 35, 45. That's still pretty big. That's still pretty big. What's it do? Increased haste. Which weapon enchant is going to be the one everybody wants? Gives you strength. Gives you mastery. Gives you haste. Fire dot. Crit. Bleed dot. I don't know. This isn't my area of expertise, but regardless of which one, people end up... Which is the one that drops from a raid boss? That's usually a good indication it's going to end up being the one that everybody wants. There we go. Is this the one everybody's going to want because it drops from a raid boss? I don't know. The quantity of materials is a lot lower though. So whereas you might have been getting like 15 gold per point of concentration in the War Within because of just how many materials were used, you might be getting like 7 gold instead. Which is then gonna crush down a lot faster, a lot sooner. But, as I said, once again, flipping motes everywhere, man. Motes absolutely everywhere. There's barely a single craft that you're going to potentially want to make in bulk or use from an alt army perspective that doesn't consume motes. This is why I say motes are just going to get hoovered so goddamn hard and people will go out of their way. The 35, 40, 50, 60,000 gold an hour farms will be because you get a shitload of motes. Trust me. Trust me. I can see this happening already. Much like in the War Within in the first season, right? There'd be 80,000 gold an hour from mining 70,000 gold of that was from null stones. And so you had to, you know, if you had a god tier hour, you would get 8 null stones or something and sell them for 5,000 gold a piece. And if you had a shit hour, you'd get 3. But of course, the YouTube videos would always tell you about the hour when they got 13 randomly. But flipping everything is consuming motes in like ridiculous quantities. They're all over the place. But concentration is still very viable with enchanting, but it's definitely nerfed. You only can stack as high as an 80% refund, by the way, on Ingenuity as well. Which is down from 100%, which will make a big difference to the actual total quantity of enchants you can make with your concentration as well. So there's 2 pretty substantial nerfs to enchanting. But it's still meaning that it will probably be the best from what I've seen. It probably looks like it will still be the best profession. Especially if Dust ends up being expensive again in Season 1, which I suspect it will be. Because there's not enough green shit to disenchant in Season 1. And there's no shatter. There's no shatter for shards. This shatter essence is your buff. This gives you your buff to the secondary stats. Which, once again, even that requires you to break down. This buff alone might cost you 250 gold as well, by the way. Not 2 gold. By crushing a, what was it called? Crystalline essence or something. You'll get, you know, your buff isn't going to be free either. So on every one of your ults, when you want to put a buff on to increase your resourcefulness, your ingenuity, and your multicraft, there'll be a cost to putting the buff on of the cost of 1 mote. Is there a destroy blue shard into dust? No. No, which is also why I think dust might be expensive in Season 1. They're literally repeating history. They did the exact same at the beginning of the War Within and had to hotfix it in later. Because there was no greens to break, yeah. So this is why I still think the best profession out there for concentration will still be enchanting. It just won't be as lucrative as it was in the War Within. But a lot of the other professions are looking really ropey. For any real good options with concentration, to be honest. This is fun though. Multicraft enchant on your tool. Your multicraft enchant on your tool basically makes it a no-brainer to stack multicraft wherever you possibly can. Even concentration builds. Well, for any other profession but enchanting. Time will tell whether stacking ingenuity ends up actually being worth it over just stacking resourcefulness with enchanting. But for every other profession, you're just going to go multicraft tool, multicraft enchant, GG. And then glamours and all other rubbish. Blacksmithing. What we got? Waystones. Using basic copper ingots and a byproduct of prospecting. Basic copper ingots only use basic copper and vendor mats. The big alloys, of which this time there are only 2. There's no epic alloy this time. My suspicion is, unfortunately, that high quality base materials will not be that much more expensive than the normal quality, because they'll just stack up and up and up. Which means there's not going to be that much value to be had here. 9 materials, potentially, for your concentration to save you some gold on. But I'm not convinced the delta between normal and high is going to be great on either of these anyway. both Brilliant Silver and Umbral Tin aren't really used that much, so they absolutely better be god tier for prospecting. Otherwise, there's nowhere for this to go when it stacks up. Are you continuing this tomorrow? Yeah, probably. And the day after, and the day after, and until midnight launches. Probably. Armor, we should understand by now that Concentration Army are not focusing on crafting armor or weapons or profession equipment. One Razor Stone, nothing happening there. Blacksmithing is actually dead on arrival for Concentration. Absolutely nothing. Leatherworking tier, dead on arrival for Concentration. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing that is really going to inject any reason for you to use Concentration on it. Leatherworking, tailoring, blacksmithing, the predominant gear crafting professions, your use of Concentration is going to be in making things at the highest possible quality for people before you're technically skilled in doing it. Your Concentration will be absorbed in work orders and crafting orders for other people, but it's not going to be an alt army perspective in any way. Because they don't make anything that is of great value outside of those. You know, PvP gear, great. Weapons, great. Profession tools and accessories, great. But all of that's work order stuff. Enchanting's also dead on arrival for everybody else who is not using an alt army. If every single Concentration alt army character is funneled into enchanting because nothing else is viable and everybody's leveled 500 alts, yeah, maybe. Solo enchanters might not really bother because the market will be completely controlled within minutes from Concentration alts. So yeah, enchanting is still sitting top of the tree for Concentration. Tailoring we've already looked at once and decided it's dead on arrival for Concentration, but no change there. Let's have a little look at Inscription. Darkmoon has some possibility if they get Darkmoon right again. Inscription, where would you possibly use your Concentration here? A Soul Cipher uses motes, byproduct of prospecting, and then only 2 inks. That means there'd have to be a monster price difference between these inks for you to consider making ciphers with Concentration, so that's probably not going to happen. The inks themselves... there's quality on pigments. There's quality on pigments. If there ends up being... If milling herbs is... Yeah, this depends... This puts it in the same category as jewel crafting. It very much depends on how this shit works. If my suspicions are true... being that normal quality materials and high quality materials won't really be that different in price because they'll just be so readily available. You might then be able to start looking at milling high quality materials in order to basically guarantee yourself high quality pigments. You guarantee high quality pigments, then your actual inks will also then simultaneously be basically piece of piss to guarantee at high quality, meaning that there'll be no difference in price between these, really. So you're not making ciphers with Concentration. Codified Azeroots, taking a soul cipher, which we've already decided is not really that valuable from a concentration perspective. So you've got 2 motes, something that there's probably not going to be a huge delta between, and then just herbs. Not really. None of those scream worth doing concentration with. We'll talk Dark Moon in a minute. Weapons. These haven't been balanced by the looks of things either, by the way. What about contracts? We've already decided that there might not be... There might not be a huge amount of difference between the inks if the herbs stack up. And at best, there's only 2 inks being used here right now. So there's not really a lot of wiggle room for contracts to be a good way for you to use concentration. Once again, using motes every time, the lion's share of the crafting cost is going to be in these anyway. Missives. Okay, interestingly, missives have a little bit more wiggle room using less motes and more ink. But still only 4 inks. There'd have to be like 500 gold difference between these before you'd start using concentration for them. Motes and inks, profession equipment, knowledge books. What about the Vantus rune? Vantus rune use it. Well, this doesn't feel finished. Vendor mat, 1 soul cipher. Let's hope this doesn't stay the same, because this is pathetic. That means a Vantus rune is fundamentally the same cost as a soul cipher, which is the cost of 2 motes and 2 inks. And I should also point out that 2 motes and 2 inks makes maybe 2 of them. Probably more of them by the time you throw multi-craft at the situation. So these aren't going to be particularly expensive. 250, 500, 600, 700, 350 gold for a cipher maybe. 350 gold for a cipher, meaning by the time... Yeah, a Vantus rune might only be 350 gold to begin with. Using a high quality cipher might be 500 gold. That means your concentration is worth 150 gold. You're not gonna, like, crafting 4 of those at 100. You might get 500 gold out of your bar of concentration here. Not good. This is all PvP stuff. So then you've got to hope that there's something Dark Moon that is attractive. So then we look at maybe the embellishments, the sigils here. Taking 5 soul ciphers each. So if my guesstimation of 350 gold a piece on those, that would be... Should we just call it 1200 gold? I don't know what the maths is on that. 1500 gold. 1,500 gold for basic ciphers, 2,500 gold for the better ones. There's about 1,000 gold potentially to be had with concentration there. So your Dark Moon sigils look like the best possibility for concentration with inscription. This transcribing business is all about turning one deck archetype into a card of the other at the cost of one of these Essence of the Fair, which I have now found to come from skinning, at least in one way, shape or form. So these might not cost too much, as this is basically the only place they're actually used. These need to be basically free for this to be even worth pressing the button, though. Because if you put a card in and it pops out on another set type, you don't want to be paying that much of a premium for it. Convert high quality inks. Oh, this has changed. Oh, this is fun. This has changed recently. We now see what this does properly now. Convert high quality inks or essences. So your high quality... Well, okay. Thalassian essence of... Well, I take it back then. These could end up being stupid expensive then if these convert into cards. You're not going to use them to transcribe if they go into making base cards themselves. Okay, that's interesting. So cards, if they need to make cards pretty rare in the open world. You know, kind of like back in the day where it would often be like 1,500 gold, 2,000 gold for a card if it dropped in the open world, maybe even more. They need to make them pretty rare from the open world in order to build value into Inscription, making the cards again from high quality inks. Okay, this makes a difference because this could be a big consumer of herbs. Season 1 at least. Which has knock-on effects to alchemy. It also pushes herbalists more into finding high quality herbs rather than focusing on moats. Meaning miners and herbalists might focus more on moats. Sorry, miners and skinners might focus more on moats, whilst herbalists focus more on just high quality herbs. Because there'll be a big demand for high quality herbs if scribes are buying them all to make high quality ink. Because they would need to mill. You'll first need to... Okay, there's money in Inscription. There's gold in Inscription. You're going to take high quality herbs. You're going to mill them to get high quality pigments. You're going to use those pigments to make high quality inks. You're going to have to be able to do that basically guaranteed because this is going to be a bulk system. This doesn't lend itself very well to concentration particularly because you're going to need high quality inks probably en masse in order to then break them to convert high quality inks into rot cards, hunt cards, blood cards, void cards, to build the trinkets. So there's a good early expansion consumer of high quality herbs in almost as larger quantities as you can get your hands on them. What is the camera shake every few minutes? It's something in the capital city. It's like an earthquake or something goes off. It's actually really annoying. I agree with you. It wobbles. It's kind of frustrating. It's nothing I'm doing, honest. It's something that happens in the game. But this is fun. This sort of this puts Darkmoon potentially back on the table, and I say potentially because we've been bitten by this before. We got bitten by this in Dragonflight, didn't we? Where we're like, "Oh, crafting Darkmoon decks is going to be big business again," and then you could end up fishing the damn things, which scuppered everything. But at least they. Going back to the old school way of Darkmoon. All we now need the Darkmoon trinkets, or at the very least the sigils, to sit on some BIS lists. that would make Inscription very juicy if we can get some of these embellishments on BIS lists. What do they do? Damaging spells and abilities grant Fast Riders Gilly, increasing your lowest secondary stat by 22. When an allied player dies, gain 18 of your highest secondary stat for 15 seconds. Can only occur once every 5 minutes. Flipping hell. Provides the following property. Your spells and abilities have the chance to grant 290 secondary stat based on the target creature's type. Oh, that's too random for people to rely on it, surely. Afflict your target with rotting roots, dealing 59 nature damage every second for 6 seconds. Stacks up to 30 times. That feels more like something that could be used in a raid boss. Damaging spells and abilities have the chance to embolden you in void glass, granting 3 verse over 15 seconds. Multiple applications can overlap. I think rot is the one that smells like it could be the best. Just you know, afflicting a curse, a dot, nature damage dot on anything you hit that stacks up to 30 times. It only lasts for 6 seconds though. I don't know how you're going to do 30 abilities in 6 seconds, but I don't know. Either way, these need to do work in order to sit on BIS lists. If they sit on BIS lists, then people are going to want the Dark Moon trinkets. Or better still, like, well, either or really. Either the crafted trinkets, or the sigils at the very least for crafting. But yeah, this could be fun. This does put, at least for season 1, high quality herbs. There's a real good. Not to mention what we historically found with Dark Moon cards at the beginning of an expansion is that the competition between scribes and alchemists to buy all of the herbs was outrageous, which also blasted the price of all of that to the moon, because alchemists buy up all of the herbs in preparation for making pots and flasks for going into the first season. And if at the very same time all of the scribes are desperately buying as many herbs to mill them, to ink them, to Dark Moon deck craft them, that puts a pretty aggressive strain on herbs. It might be that your herbalists are best off in season 1 speccing into just like mass herbs. Yet miners and skinners will focus on just getting their hands on as many of the motes as possible. My brother had a kid with my girlfriend while we were together. I broke up with her, obviously. Now the family is calling me a crybaby and telling me to get over it. Am I overreacting? Nah. Nothing wrong with being a crybaby. Embrace the crybaby. Okay. Well, not necessarily. I know I was looking at this from a concentration perspective, but I got distracted over here. The potential value. I wonder if these are meant to take a Dark Moon trinket to make. I would imagine that it just hasn't been added on yet. But at the moment, there's no connection between taking the ace through till 8. There's no connection between the combined deck and the sigils or the Dominion versions of them. So I'm going to assume that both of these are going to have 1 times base trinket attached to them. That's a, you know, a step up system. Sounds like you have a lovely family. It's not a troll. Oh, it's definitely a troll. So there's got to be some way to weave. Yeah, weirdly, there's still not that much room to weave concentration into any of this, particularly. Although, you'll be absolutely omega pissed if you have to use a Dark Moon trinket at what could potentially be... Well, let's look at it this way. Whatever the cost of a high-quality ink is, you multiply that by 8, and that becomes your, on average, crafting cost of a trinket, right? So whatever a single high-quality ink costs you, let's do some rough I can't even do napkin maths on this because it's very hard to tell what the cost of inks will be without knowing how things mill. Okay. I still don't think there's a lot of wiggle room for concentration alts, but I am interested in inscription from the Dark Moon perspective, from just general goal making. But if you want to do the whole Dark Moon business, you are going to need multiple scribes. Because you are going to need a scribe that gets really goddamn good at milling. Because you ain't going to spend a premium on high quality herbs unless you can get high quality pigments out of it. So you're going to need a cracked scribe who can mill everything and mill it effectively. You're then going to need a separate scribe that can take all of those pigments and turn them all into inks effectively. You're going to potentially look at needing a minimum of 3 fully decked out scribes in order to do the whole chain of events, which could be lucrative if you do it, but could also be difficult. The blueprint tree, that's weapon crafting. This is profession tool stuff. You're going to need a boatload of points in here. Resourcefulness, yes. Multi-craft, yes. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 points over here. Stats when milling, so there's another 30 points, 50, 60, 70, 80. 80, 110 by the time you've filled out the processing. And you're going to need 1 in each. You're going to need so many scribes. You're going to need so many scribes if you want to do the whole thing. If you want to do the whole Dark Moon thing, you're going to need like at least 4 scribes. You're going to need one that fully specs into milling and simultaneously min-maxes the shit out of... Yeah, you're going to need one that goes fully into milling. You're then probably, because of the total number of knowledge points needed, going to need a second one that goes into making the inks. The inks require the ciphers as well, don't they? You're going to need somebody that gets real damn... No, you don't need ciphers particularly. So you've got 1 scribe for milling, a second scribe for inks, and then a third scribe that goes into actually making a Dark Moon something or other. But in theory, you could do with maybe as many as 4 scribes just for Dark Moon, because you're going to want to go you're going to have to choose. You're going to want one for Void, one for Hunt, one for Blood, one for Rot. So that you can make the inks, mill the herbs, make the inks on 2 characters, and then 4 additional characters, one that specs in each different direction of the Dark Moon cards to ensure that you can craft all of the cards across the spectrum. Because you're not going to be able to diversify that much early days into multiple of these, because you're going to need to dive as deep as you possibly can. And this is a lot. 20, 40. If the demand ends up being on, well, 20, 40, 60, 80, plus whatever you need in here, which was another 50. Yeah, you're looking at about 130 points for each Dark Moon direction you go in. So it takes a whole character to do it in Season 1. Ouch! Ouch! Get ready for 6 scribes if you want to play Dark Moon in Season 1. That could be fun. Get ready for leveling 6 scribes. Right, okay. That was a distraction from what I was focused on again. We just chase one squirrel to the next squirrel to the next squirrel. I don't know who you are. Sorry. Okay. Inscription is interesting then. I should point out that that's 6 scribes to do inscription stuff before you consider like profession equipment, before you consider you could end up with 10 scribes. Oh god. They bind the base trinkets will be bind on equip, but the Dominion ones are bind on pickup. That's fun. Get ready to have an army of scribes, even if it's not for the purpose of concentration. Also, thinking about it, scribes are also responsible for pissing around with decor inks, aren't they? Housing dye pigment. Fadeleaf, Felweave, Lich Bloom, Ajara's Veil, Desecrated Herb, Nagrand Arrow Bloom, Euceroline Seed, Riverbud, or Death Blossom. What's the cheapest of all of them? Probably Fadeleaf, maybe? Oh, Frostweed. Draenor. Which one comes from Draenor? Nagrand Arrow Bloom. Draenor. Whichever herb comes from Draenor makes them basically free in the garrison, doesn't it? Can we guarantee pigments, ink ciphers at high quality? Don't know yet. Don't know yet. 1, because we haven't been able to level the professions properly yet, and 2, because I don't really believe that the recipe difficulties have been balanced yet. I don't know. Grand Arrow Bloom. Fireweed. Talador Orchid. Yeah, the interesting thing here, once again, something that's nigh on impossible for me to test right now without buying a fuckload of these materials on retail. Here we go. Here's a good question. Anybody that has squirreled away a whole bunch of old school herbs for this reason, I know some of you are listening, right? Anybody that squirreled away a bunch of these herbs when Decor launches, transfer your character over to the beta and do some of this. I'm intrigued to see if the different herbs have different milling outputs. Because if all herbs are born equal in terms of pigment gain, then yeah, anything that comes from Draenor is going to basically set the price of pigments. But it's entirely possible that like old school herbs give you fuck all pigments, but then, you know, more recent, more up-to-date herbs end up giving you more pigments, which could be a thing, which would amuse me greatly if it ends up being the case. But if all herbs are born equally in terms of pigment creation, then yeah, Garrison herbs for the win. Did you check John Crafting to see if reagents can be guaranteed at high quality? Yeah, none of that's testable really at the moment. You can napkin math it and try and figure it out, but none of it's actually testable. And like I said, I don't really put any faith in the fact that the recipe difficulties have been balanced yet, so... Does it take 10 herbs? Brush herbs to make pigment? It took 10 herbs to give me 1 pigment? Jesus. So am I right in assuming... Am I right in assuming it's scribes that make the pigments and then alchemists that make the dyes, right? Is that how it works? Then alchemists that make the herbs. The dyes. I've been streaming too long today, my brain hurts. $20 or $30 crafts for the different herbs. Even the same herbs of different quality gives the same output. About 1 dye for every 10 herbs. Oh, pigments again. How do you make the... Oh, apparently I've got a bunch of herbs. I don't know why I've got all these herbs. Wait. Wait, wait, who makes the dyes? Who makes the actual dyes? Oh, my voice is ruined. Some herbs can be turned into different dyes. Oh, okay. Oh, you make the dyes in the neighborhood. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, weird. And annoying. Ten herbs. 10 herbs, 1 pigment. 10 herbs, 1 pigment. 10 herbs, 1 pigment. 10 herbs, 1 pigment. Oh, okay. Well, the maths on this is pretty easy then, isn't it? With no variancy, Jesus. This market's good. This isn't a market, really. Certainly not a market I'd pay much attention to. 10 herbs gives you 1 pigment. If 1 pigment gives you 1 dye, then it's a ratio that's super goddamn easy to figure out. That means the pricing of dyes will be very, 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 very closely linked to the cost of the herbs. Why is my doggo whinging again? She's not happy today. She's not happy. It's not dinner time yet, dog. It's like 4 o'clock. You're an hour off. I know I've been streaming long, but almost. Trying to tell me it's dinner time and it's not. Because it's getting dark early. She's getting confused. If it goes dark and she hasn't been fed, she loses her mind. But it gets dark earlier every day. Yeah, 10 herbs, 1 pigment. No multi-craft, no resourcefulness, no variancy. It's straight up 10 herbs, 1 pigment. Then you're saying you take your pigments over to somewhere in the neighborhood. Is that what we're saying? It's about time I paid a bit more attention to all of this, isn't it? It comes out in 2 weeks. I've paid so little attention to this. I'm going to assume it's around here somewhere. Event planner, endeavor trader, meat vendor, dyes, dye station, dye crafter. Wait, what? Why is it giving me the option to learn inscription? Oh, and here we make the actual dyes. And then it's 1 pigment per dye. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. Oh my god, how many different colours? 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 80, 82! Oh, get out of town, Blizzard. 82 different dyes. 82 different hues in which you can colour something. All are going to come at a cost. 82 different items. You're going to need to... Oh, this... What? We need a dye bag that contains at least 82 slots, Blizzard. Otherwise, you can... Off. Am I doing any of this business? I look at this from a... Even if I looked at this from the perspective of somebody that's really excited about housing, this would give me chills. 10 herbs. 10 herbs are going to be... The cost of 10 herbs is basically going to make 1 dye. What's the average price of a... What's a Draenor herb worth these days? Even at probably inflated prices. Are we looking at 20 gold a piece per, like, we must be looking at least 20 gold a piece, right? What's a Draenor herb? Era. Draenor. Reagents. Herb. Go. Well, that's not true, is it? Talador Orchid? Is that a thing? Negrand. What? Oh, that's Petal. Isn't the Grand Arrow Bloom a Draenor, Warlords of Draenor one? All expensive now because people are leveling old professions for housings. They were literally silver before. Oh yeah, I know they're massively inflated right now. But my point is that there's going to be a potential 20 gold cost for the use of every die, bare minimum, until these big chunks of players get bored posting them. But like, this is the point, right? There's 82 different dies. 82 different dies. Let's say somebody wants to buy 10 of every one, just so that they've got some to use, right? That's 820 dies. What do we decide they're going to cost? About 20 gold a piece? I mean, I guess it's not that much, is it? It like 15,000 gold just to have like 10 of each die available. I mean, that's not a lot in the grand scheme of things, but having to buy, craft, or I don't know. I think this is going to annoy the shit out of players. I think it's going to annoy the shit out of players. Times 800,000 though, if 10% of the player base does it. Well, yeah. If let's say there's 8 million people playing right now, 10% of the player base decides to buy just, 10 of each die color so that they can go. Yeah. We want to see what the actual potential market cap is. That's a 13 billion gold market cap. There's a 13 billion gold market there. Who would like 13 billion gold? And that's if 10% of the player base decides they just want 10 of every color die. Which makes you think that maybe the herbs staying at 2 gold a piece might not stay at 2 gold a piece for a while. I mean, this is extrapolating for the purpose of making a big number, but it's like, give me 1% of that. Give me 1% of that. I'll have 1% of the regional market, please, on dies. 1% of the market, yes, please. $1.3 billion if you can claim just 10% of the market on dies. Oh god, silly numbers. I can't help but think though because these are items that sit in your bags. These items sit in your bags. You telling me that people are going to run around with 82 different versions of a die in their bags? That's your entire bag space gone. What the fuck, Blizzard? Give us a die bag or make these a currency. Christ. A dark iron die, a darkwood die, an iron claw die, an obsidian black die, a Stormheim grey, And a storm steel die. Why the Christ do these take up a slot in your bags? I mean, they have to for you to be able to sell them and put them on the auction house. But when players buy these, you're telling me players, just to get like a couple of each different hue so that they can tinker, are going to have to fill 2/3 of their entire bag space? You are out of your mind, son. Blizzard, fix this shit. Give us a dye bag or something. 82 different dyes. Make a dye alt. Yeah, you're going to have to. Oh, wait, I want to change... Oh, hang on. Hang on. I want to change the colour of this chair. Let me just log on to an alt to change the colour of this chair. Fuck off. That's... People are not... It's one of those silly little things that people will just, like, claw onto and be just like, no, this is outrageous. I'm not having 82 different dyes in my bags just so I can change the colour of some of my housing items. It's great that the system's been added, but don't... I mean, bag bloat is on another level. I'd also point out, by the way, every single one of these dyes appears to be on the loot table of treasures. So, wait, and your bag bloat, by the way, is going to get absolutely ludicrous if you are out farming in the zones and you pick up treasures. You're going to have little flipping little paintbrushes spamming your inventory on every single character. I play on 3 WoW accounts, but suddenly when I click my other WoW accounts, I need to push it 2 times to select it. How do I fix this? I can't find a solution. Turn off Discord overlay. You're welcome. Who knew the biggest nerf of Midnight was going to be bag space? Yeah, it's actually pretty wild. There needs to be, categorically 100% needs to be a dye bag. And it should not take up a bag slot, I just want to point out. If you're going to make us sacrifice a 34 slot bag to put an 80 slot dye bag in, you can also get bent, Blizzard. Just give us a flipping key ring or something for the dyes. Okay. It's also weirdly having... Is there any limitations or requirements to even turn up here? You're not going to need Midnight to come out here, are you? Because housing is separate from Midnight, technically. Okay, cool. Well, many squirrels later, I've ended up in me flipping housing, ranting about colours. Okay. This is where we need a Pantone colour wheel add-on that takes all of these, puts them in a neat, orderly colour wheel, tells you how many of them that you've got. Or a convert to paint option, and then it just goes into your deco UI out of your bags or something. Yeah, at the very least, you should be able to click on these and turn them into a currency. At the very least. At the absolute very least. I can't believe that feedback hasn't been screamed from the rooftops at this point. All of the people tinkering with player housing right now, you telling me they've all got bags full of, like, flipping dyes at the moment? Or is it just that nobody is actually testing it properly because they can't be bothered to do all of this? Wow, okay. Anyway, I've been streaming a lot longer than I planned to today, especially considering this was meant to be an admin day and I almost didn't bother streaming. But thank you for joining. Appreciate it. We will continue our adventures tomorrow. Yeah, yeah, there's a good possibility that tomorrow it all kicks off and it all goes crazy, because if they give us cheat vendors, then that's what we will be doing tomorrow. We'll be testing, leveling all of the professions, seeing if there's any clear and obvious choke points, and trying to get some stuff done, which will be fun. I'm not holding my breath for cheat vendors, but if they want players to test the dungeons properly, they kind of need to activate the level 90 realms. Kind of needs to be a thing, doesn't it? But yeah, I'm going to go feed me. I'm going to go feed my dogs. And then I might poke around a little bit more this evening. But yes, we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Good luck. Most people, I reckon, have got their drops by now. If you haven't, if you're still working on it, we'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. K-Chak's not even there, is he? Yeah. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for your entertainment. Thank you for lurks. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the subs. Appreciate it. I will catch you all tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace.